in our ears, but the more we release the sound of its toll. We'll thunder and feast on any man, any beast, doesn't matter, we'll snack on them all. The stragglers we did consume are dropped in our sacrifice too. They scream and they run, but that's part of the fun, as the ogres are coming to get ya! There's jumping on knees, feeding our guts, we are swirling trees, tearing, chewing, we kill all the more, the power and wrath what we believe for. Clutching and biting, we kill for the more, the power and wrath what we do it for. Voice in our ears, but the more we release the sound of its toll. We'll thunder and feast on any man, any beast, doesn't matter, we'll snack on them all. The stragglers we did consume are dropped in our sacrifice too. They scream and they run, but that's part of the fun, as the ogres are coming to get ya! There's jumping on knees, feeding our guts, we are swirling trees, tearing, chewing, we kill all the more, the power and wrath what we believe for. Clutching and biting, we kill for the more, the power and wrath what we do it for. Voice in our ears, but the more we release the sound of its toll. We'll thunder and feast on any man, any beast, doesn't matter, we'll snack on them all. The stragglers we did consume are dropped in our sacrifice too. They scream and they run, but that's part of the fun, as the ogres are coming to get ya! There's jumping on knees, feeding our guts, we are swirling trees, tearing, chewing, we kill all the more, the power and wrath what we believe for. Clutching and biting, we kill for the more, the power and wrath what we do it for. Voice in our ears, but the more we release the sound of its toll. We'll
How's everyone tonight?
We'll snack on them all.
How are we all? Hello. Thank you, ogres. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Oh, my goodness gracious. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Been an interesting day. Good day, but well, it was an okay day. I won't say it was good. It was a little rough. I had some I don't know. Like, I felt really bad yesterday, which is probably what led into it. Yes, we know. Okay, quick question, chat. Quick question. Do y'all want to continue our Skarbrand campaign? Or do you want to continue the Zhao Ming campaign? Because we could do either. I'm fixing that stupid Nightbot, because that bothers me. Let's see, where is it? Under here. There it is. There we go. Real quick, before we get started, Growth God, that one guy you know, Hawk Ollie, Redwood 19, Zonar 123, Dazzalot, Shidaro, Quarus, Rovix, the Bunton Scrangler, and Morkan 053. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all having a great day. Welcome to the stream. And Gallon Merrick, you as well. Fun fact about Demon Slayer or Skaven Slayer. I mean, probably my favorite fact about Skaven Slayer, which it's talked about in a much later book. But one of the funny things about Skaven Slayer is, you know, that Skaven are obviously not allowed to be, aren't talked about in the Empire. It's considered basically illegal by the state to discuss their existence. So you may be wondering, how did... chat, make sure you vote. There's a vote. There's a poll up right now about what campaign we're going to play today. So make sure you vote, because it's like practically 50-50 right now. So every vote counts. But one of the funny things about Skaven Slayer is that after the Skaven invasion of Nuln, which is a canonical event, like it happens in the lore, led by Thankul, of course, the big thing... is that the way Nuln deals with the invasion afterwards is kind of hilarious. Because obviously they can't just talk about that it was Skaven that invaded them. So basically there's a big gaslighting thing that goes down. If y'all tie, I'll just pick the one I want to play. So, ooh, it's close. It's very close. Ooh, Skarbrand wins by a single vote. Good grief, that was close. All right, real quick, I'm gonna do that. Just because I've been playing a lot of campaigns here. Ooh, you know what? I actually don't know if my... Well, hopefully this will work. They actually put out a patch to improve the game, like to fix a lot of stuff. We may have to start over. Actually, I think just to be safe, we're probably gonna start over. Because they actually put out a really big, substantial patch for us, which just occurred to me. So all of my campaigns are gonna be a little funky.
Factions I don't like.
Teaspoon of salt, yeah, no, that's yeah. Every faction has been pretty fun. So I think we're gonna start a new campaign for Skarbrand and also Zalming, because it's gonna be messy otherwise. What was the patch for? Just to fix some bugs and optimize a little bit. It wasn't anything significant. It was just like fixing some soft locks, improved a couple little graphical things, stuff like that. When did they put out the patch? I think it was super late last night or earlier today. It was before CA left for the weekend. So we're just gonna do a new campaign. Which is fine. Here, let's even step it up a little bit. Let's do very hard instead of hard. Which is my usual difficulty setting. Can you kidnap me and steal my ID? That probably wouldn't work very well. It'd probably be better just to like break into my house and live in the walls or the attic and just play the game when I'm not around. You'd probably have better success doing that. Why do you want me to go to Kislev so bad? Bangs out, Wardens, Noob to Hire, Papa Chaos 4296. How you guys doing? Can you all come live in my walls? Sure. Just watch out for the squirrels. And generally in summer, they like to get in there, and it can get problematic.
X10. The lady once played Father's Head.
Find me skull.
Because of the trailer. All right.
There is hostile influence here.
I guess I could go beat up Kislev. Does living in the walls come without rent? If you live in the walls, like, there's a lot of, like, you're probably not gonna have the best time. But hey, if that's what you want to do with your life, I'm not gonna stop you, man.
Hammond cheered. X10. Did you see the new Lorna diary I linked in the Discord?
No.
THT1 guy no
New
cheered.
loner diary.
X10. There are squirrels in your walls. Oh nuts.
Oh nuts. Not right now, thankfully. But there was for a little bit. I think we've successfully plugged up the wall. Hold on, I'm just gonna read over this real quick. Oh, they got a letter from Sophia Fuegonasis, the Necromancer.
In the sex dungeon.
I'm just kind of like briefly reading over this real quick. What? He knows why Marius Lietdorf went mad? Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered.
Called in a favor with his old vampire mate?
Franz Lorna impression, we won't complain.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. Wow, there's some really cool stuff in there. There's some super cool stuff in there. Do I have any saved characters from previous campaigns that I could load to this one? No, I don't. Hold on. Maybe I can fudge that and get it to work. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just save this so I don't have to load back into it. Let me load into my other Corn campaign. Try and save one of my characters and see if I can load them into this campaign real quick. Un momento. How does growth feel? I mean, it feels fine. If you spec into it, I would say it's faster than Warhammer 2. There seems to be more avenues to achieve it, depending on the faction you're playing. But if you're not focusing it, I wouldn't say it feels particularly fast. Okay, I have successfully saved this character. So now I'm going to load back into our new campaign. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I had a rough day. Like, I just kind of got caught. I had just an awful nightmare, is really what it was. But I was, like, stuck in it. Have you ever had those dreams where, like, in the dream, you're falling asleep? So, like, you're going into another dream below that one, and then waking up from that dream, but you're still in your dream? And you're, like, caught between these, like, different worlds, I guess, so to speak? And it's, like, really trippy. Because that's the kind of dream I was having, and let me tell you, it was unpleasant. Alright, so I have saved a character, but we need to unlock the ability to recruit Blood Reapers. He thinks he woke up. Man, I'll tell y'all what. If there's one thing I am super glad about as like a fundamental law of reality, it's that being awake feels so immensely different than being asleep. Like when you're asleep, you're not really sure if you're asleep or awake or not, but when you're awake, you're like, oh, okay, I'm 100% sure I'm awake now. Because if that was not the case, Man, I feel like life would be a lot more unnecessarily difficult.
I crave bloodshed.
You like the Steam notifications? Or stream notifications? Well, I'm glad. I put just a tiny bit of effort into them, which is sometimes more than most streamers.
I hunger for battle. Drink it, then take it.
What tier can you get Blood Reapers at? I don't know. Tier 4. So it's gonna be a hot minute.
Wrath incarnate. More strength, more rage. Replenish our brutal energies.
Man, I love how good his healing is in territory that's not his. That is a really, really nice feature.
The Blood Legion has prevailed.
Pt.2 Gyno cheered. X10. Sotek, wake up. It has been 10 years. CA is about to release Total War Warhammer 6. Hurry.
The rate CA's moving? Yeah, right, dude. 10 years? That would be more like they're about to release, like, Total War 4? Maybe Total War 5 in, like, a really optimal universe? If you want to trick me, you gotta try harder than that. Next time, test with the Lord? That's fair. It's okay, we'll get there.
Bloodshed. From here we spread slaughter. The drinker of blood.
Actually, I'm gonna stop that building before I finish it. So I can put that one in this settlement.
The harbinger of doom. Skarbrand, slaved corn. Thought slay the mind command. For chattel for corn's horde.
Who's my favorite non-godlike necromancer? Well, I mean, if you literally mean not godlike as in, like, just a necromancer who's not super duper duper, like, a necromancer who's not Nagash, my favorite necromancer is Heinrich Himmler. If you're asking who's my favorite necromancer that's not, like, crazy powerful, I don't know, I have to think about that for a while. Like, Himmler's my favorite necromancer, followed very closely by, no, not that. Himmler's my favorite necromancer, followed very closely by Dieter Hellschmidt. Because I love me some Dieter Hellschmidt. Oh, that you can get a blood geyser.
Blood! The drinker of blood, march or die.
But does that even, like, make me heal more?
It fuels rage. It pours
No, it doesn't.
butcher.
It literally makes zero difference. So I'll just... What is even the point of this stance? It makes you immune to attrition,
Damnation.
and... Oh, it actually hurts you because it lowers your winds of magic. Huh.
Unrest for months.
See, we cannot get to a fight this turn, so let's do this. To give us a fight, so that we don't... we keep our rage going. Your favorite Necromancer is Azhag? It feels like a technicality. Just a reminder, guys, because I see a lot of these questions in chat. Anything that has not been shown to y'all by Creative Assembly, I can't talk about. So, like, if you've seen something on Reddit, or something like that, and you want me to talk about it, that's not going to happen. I will talk about things as it is okay for me to talk about them, but I am not the kind of creator that breaks embargoes. Because I like being able to do this. And if you break embargoes, they stop inviting you to these kinds of things.
Skarbrand, the exiled one. Skarbrand, so be it. Today we sing a song.
THT1 Gyno cheered. X10. CA_Pinku confirmed the status of Balakor in a Discord post. Would be interested to hear your thoughts.
If someone will post like a... I'll have to look it up.
We might climb on your feet. Blood, skull, slaughter. Brutal bloodthirster. Onward, Northman. Skarbrand. Slides to darkness.
Teaspoon of salt cheered. X10. Wouldn't corn like puns because they're corn A.
Okay. CA Pingo. Okay, I see the post. Hold on a second.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Sent you a picture in Discord.
Okay, so I will talk about it. All right, I'll talk about Be'lakor. I've seen it. I will talk about it. So I wish, man, I really wish they had. Much as I love CA, I wish they would do a better job of communicating through different avenues, because it would have been really cool for them to message all of the content creators and say, hey, you could talk about this, instead of what they've been doing, which is, hey, don't talk about this. Thanks, Rec, good to see you. Hold on, let me answer these redeems real quick. Who's the most powerful chaotic person, both immortal and mortal, except for the 4 main chaos gods themselves? The most powerful for mortals and immortals is literally the 2 big boys, so Be'lakor and Archaon. They are the 2 biggest, baddest individuals for the forces of chaos. Archaon being the most powerful mortal. He's not mortal in the sense that he's gonna die of old age per se, but most followers of chaos won't. Like once they get up to the point where they're like a warrior of chaos, they're like functionally immortal, but you know they can still be killed and they'll be dead forever. in most cases. So like Archaon could be killed. So as far as mortals go, he's the big dog. And then Be'lakor is the big dog when it comes to demons. Are there any cool battles or duels between the Wood Elves and Chaos/Norske you could tell us about? There have been a number of big battles between the Wood Elves and the Warriors of Chaos explicitly. There have been some Chaos Lords who have tried to invade Athel Loren. The most successful invasion was let's see, where is it? Where is my Warriors of Chaos book? There it is. I believe he's explicitly mentioned in here. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
I know there's a note in here about it. Ah, here it is. So here's the big one. So in 1453, so that's over 1,000 years ago by the modern timeline, there was this incident. As the war band of Ragnar Painbringer advances upon the forest of Sighs, the trees come alive and attack the Chaos battle host. Hundreds of wood elves emerge from the forest, felling swaths of fur-clad barbarians and mutant hounds and vast volleys of bowfire. Ragnar crushes the defenders when he orders scores of his scythe heavy chariots to the fore, pulled by snorting steeds and hulking gore beasts. Against the assault, the wood elves are trampled to bloody smears and the walking trees are smashed to matchwood. So essentially, Ragnar Painbringer was a Norsken lord. He's Chaos Lord, but he's implied to be Norsken themed. Who the Wood Elves, for whatever reason, decided to take him to task out of forest. So he was basically an individual that for whatever reason they decided that he needed to die. So they tried to kill him, but as you could tell from the story, it doesn't go particularly well. Yeah, I need him to come outside, or I'm not going to be able to effectively kill him.
This is not for you.
See if we can lure him out. Oh yeah, we can. So Brother Red, hopefully that's a good story. But there have been a lot of forces of chaos that have tried to invade Athel Loren. I don't remember exactly who it was, but there was an incident where a Nurgle Lord showed up and he managed to infect a lot of the trees. So there was basically like a plague that specifically affected all of the plant life and caused a lot of damage, which was obviously not good for Athel Loren. Like he was, I think he actually escaped too. Like he did a lot of damage and managed to get away instead of being dragged down. But so there was that incident. And then there have been a lot of incidents. The Warriors of Chaos are very fond of trying to take down Athel Loren, but it very rarely goes well for them. Athel Loren is a pretty difficult target, considering it's like one of the most deadly places in the world. It's up there with the Realm of Chaos and Lustria as far as like realms that have a lot of really nasty, just innate defenses to them. In a perfect world, how would I have wanted the end times to have gone? Oh gosh, I will save that for after the Be'lakor discussion because that's kind of a long-winded question. So let's talk about Be'lakor for a minute. I am glad that CA went ahead and addressed it. God damn, dude. He just, like, instantly runs for it. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just kill his army.
Blood! The wrathful reaper, Falcon! Skulls! Chaos warriors!
We just want to deal as much damage as we can. I don't really... Like, I'm not going to be able to catch him. Our Blood Crusher's good? Yeah, they're great. This is actually annoying because Slanesh is so fast. You know what? I think I may... it's fine. So, let's talk about Be'lakor for a second. Be'lakor is kind of a tricky thing because he is not what I wanted him to be. He's in the game, and there you have the ability to acquire him, but he is not a legendary lord. He is very specifically a villainous character that you can do battle with, and once you defeat Be'lakor, as they say in the post, you have the ability to basically get him as a big scary character in your faction. So he's not a legendary lord. He is a standalone lord that once you beat him, you can basically use him as just a generic lord in your army. He's kind of like a legendary lord, except for he doesn't have his own campaign. He just joins you as a generic lord. So you're playing Kislev, all of a sudden you've got Be'lakor. You're playing Cathay, all of a sudden you've got Be'lakor. It's the same for everybody. I hate it. I'm gonna be honest, I hate it. I'm not a fan of it. I think it is a terrible idea. And I'm not gonna like defend it because I think it's stupid. I would have much preferred him just be like any unlockable legendary lord like Dong Zhuo was in Three Kingdoms, where you beat him and then you unlock his campaign and you get to play through it. Now, I will say I understand why they probably did what they did, because Be'lakor is the main antagonist of the game. Like, the entire game revolves around you beating Be'lakor, and it's a good story. It's a great story, and like you would basically have to design a completely new campaign to make Be'lakor work. Why would Kislev or Cathay let him lead armies? I think they wouldn't. I think that it's super lore breaking. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but if you think this game cares about the lore in general, like the Total War series, then honestly, like I say this I don't mean this in a mean way, but I don't think you've been paying attention. Plenty of things in the prior games have broken the lore significantly, and just, you know, it's whatever. The lore is very much treated as like a guideline, not a Bible, if that makes sense. It is something that exists, like the game acknowledges, and they try to do okay with it, but they've done some really stupid shit. I mean, probably like the number one example a lot of people don't think about, because I don't think most people are aware of it, or even if they are aware of it, they just don't care. But like, for instance, at the Tomb Kings have a very, very strict note in their lore that a Tomb Prince and a Tomb King would never, under any circumstances, ride a horse. Ever. Like, even if their life was on the line and they needed to get on a horse to escape, like, some terrible situation, they would genuinely rather die. Because horses have, like, a very, are seen very much in the culture of Nehekara as being these, like, filthy, dirty creatures of the earth. And that no one of noble status should ever be seen riding one. So, like, but, you know, in Total War, you could just put Cetra on a horse, and whatever. Ooh, the Rock of Inevitability. So, I mean, yeah, Be'lakor is there. I don't think it's great. I think it was very poor implementation. Once again, I'm not trying to just be a jerk, but like when you just look at the numbers of like when you're dealing with like Steam data, the vast majority of the player base for the Total War games never finish a campaign, because finishing a campaign is typically a pretty long endeavor, and a lot of people will get like bored, or you know, they just move on, or what. It doesn't really matter what their reason is, but for whatever reason, people will kind of hit a point where they, you know, don't want to play that campaign anymore, so they'll move on to a new one. Now, I will say, I don't think that's going to be as big of an issue in this game, because they did a really good job in this game of making it where, like, you feel really good about continuing the story, and it like gives you really cool incentives, and it's not just repeating the same thing over and over and over and over again like it was in the Vortex campaign, but like you're genuinely doing different things, and then by doing the different things, hey, you won, like maybe that won't be the case in this game, but I don't like that the only way to get Be'lakor is to beat the campaign. So, like, if you want to play with Be'lakor, you have to beat the story, and then you can play with him. And there's nothing you can do to alter that. It's not like you beat the game and then you can unlock him early in other campaigns. No, you beat the campaign and then you get him as a lord, and that's it. So you can paint the map your color, I guess, or achieve maybe some, like, personal goals that you have, but, like, you have to get the you won screen, click continue campaign, and end your turn, and then he shows up. And that's all he is. And that's why I'm very critical of it. I really hope that CA will consider just adding him into the game as a standalone character in a later date. I would really like for them to just find a way to put him in the game as his own unique legendary lord. Right now, he's basically like more on par with like Azric the Maze Keeper from the Norske campaign. The short campaign and the long campaign. There's no such thing. In this, there's either Domination victory or Forge of Souls victory. But the way you get Be'lakor is through the Forge of Souls victory. Like, they have the perfect faction to them, too. That's the thing that messes with me so much. Is that, like, the Demons of Chaos are already in the game. Like, there's already a perfect faction for Be'lakor. Just put him in that faction. Does he have a skill tree? Yeah. Like, his skill tree is technically unique. It's not super exciting. Can you even complete the Forge of Souls before turn 130? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. Copycat killers. The Norske shaman reports a vision of a far-off kingdom razed to ash, its every inhabitant slaughtered, and nothing left but mountains of skulls. Though none know where this land is, the joyous news of Khorne's distant triumph means countless demons jockey for opportunity to achieve similar here. What does that do for me? Ooh, recruitment cost is cheaper. Huh.
Murder. Obey only me, Blood Horde.
Wait, shouldn't I be able to move this? Oh, okay. I was like, I should be able to move, right? Where's the last settlement here? The Bridge of Brass. Okay, it's way up there. Okay, so we'll swing out. We will swing out this way.
More chattel for Khorne's horde.
Where do y'all want to invade, chat? Do y'all just want to, like, do y'all want me to just take over the Chaos Waste and look for, like, unique buildings? Because there's a couple of Khornate unique buildings we can go after. Or do y'all want to, like, go somewhere else in the world? I mean, both are valid. And I want to be crystal clear, the only reason I talked about Be'lakor is literally because CA made a post about it. That's the only reason. Why is... If there's trouble to be had, I mean, the worst kind of slaughter, this one will always be at the center of things.
Cultist of the blood.
Alright, finally got a cultist. Now get rid of this building so I can get other things. Hello, Norskins. I love fighting Norskins. If I wanted to specifically read up on Wood Elf lore, what books would I recommend? Wood Elves. There is a Elf omnibus you can get. I don't know what it's called these days. I hold on. Hold on a hot second. Let me see if I can. What is the name of this book called? There is a very good elf book.
X100. Who is Valkyr?
I'll go with that in a second. So there's a story that you can get from Games Workshop or Black Library. Usually it might be contained in like an Elves omnibus by Graham McNeil. But the book you want is called Guardians of the Forest. Guardians in the Forest is really, really good, and it covers Wood Elf and Bretonnian. It's about a Bretonnian who goes into Athel Loren, and it has a lot of really interesting lore and gives a nice outsider's perspective on Athel Loren. And then if you just want like pure amazing Wood Elf goodness, there is a trilogy about Orion, the King in the Woods. Orion, like the legendary lord of the Wood Elves. That's great. It's a very, very good book. And that one was fairly recently re-released as a omnibus that you can buy. So I would definitely recommend checking those out. What's my favorite lore of Magic for the new game so far? My favorite lore of Magic so far... That's actually kind of tricky. What is my favorite lore of Magic right now? I haven't gotten to mess around with all of them that much yet, but probably the lore of Ice. I really like the lore of Ice. It feels really good to use.
So be it.
What if I can...
Today we rain brutal torment. This is what we live for. This is Korn's command.
You got it, big boss.
Chaos Warriors. Blood, skulls, slaughter.
What if I could surround these guys? Got him. Oh, get in there, Skarbrand. Have fun.
Yes. Skarbrand. Blood. Army of the Dark Gods. Make clay. Chaos Warriors of Korn.
Alright, lads, get in there.
Blood. Skulls.
Skarbrand, do the Rock of Inevitability. It's going to make them all much worse at fighting.
Neutral High cheered. X10. We ain't seen no blood.
Weird seeing no blood. It is a little strange. It's alright, you probably won't have to wait that long. Usually the blood pack comes out like really quick. Because usually the game was like designed with it in mind. Okay though, we still get skulls.
Yes! Skulls! Chaos Warriors! For Corn! Corn wills it! For Corn! Skarbrand! Chaos Warriors of Corn!
How does Khorne hold up in battle with no range or magic? He's fine. A lot of Khorne's troops are extremely fast. For like how much of like heavy infantry, like for how heavy they hit and good they are at taking damage. Khorne's army is freakishly fast. And he has a lot of really strong buffs and good ways to mess with you. I'm not sure how he's going to hold up in multiplayer specifically, but in single player, he's just fine without it, and he can get across the battlefield like really quick. Do we know when the Slanesh mechanics are going to be fully revealed? Probably sometime soon, I would guess. Lava Chaos, how you doing, dude? Yeah, it does seem cool. I said pretty much the same thing. Man. Do you get more skulls if you run everyone down? I don't know, but you generally will get better like casualty replenishment and stuff. Whenever you run enemies down, generally that means you're gonna have like more like hostages essentially, or captives. Captives, that's the word I'm looking for. That's the way you get more captives at the end of the battle, is basically killing people after the enemy is broken or shattered. And what it will functionally do most of the time is it will make your after battle effects more effective. So like more skulls, or more money for ransoming, or more healing for eating them. It's not a perfect system as far as like how exactly it correlates, but it is there. Cesium, I could tell you based on my experience, the Be'lakor thing is the only thing I've encountered in this game that I was kind of like, but it's really not a huge deal, to be honest. The only reason you should care about it is if you're just like the ultimate Be'lakor fanboy, but you're still going to be able to use them in like custom battle and stuff. And I feel very strongly and like very good that as long as people kind of like be like, hey, we like really want to play with Be'lakor, like we understand it's not in the game at the start, but we really would like to have him as a legendary lord. I think if people just kind of keep lightly poking them about it, they'll budge. And they'll eventually go, okay, fine, like here, shut up. And I think there's a very good chance we will get Be'lakor for the like combined map when that comes out. Am I enjoying myself? Oh, dude, I love Khorne. Is so fun to fight. Khorne is like borderline addicting, to be honest. How do I feel about attrition on sieges starting on turn 1? I love it. I think it's a massively good change, and I'm super excited about it. I think it's legit one of the best changes to the base game. Because frankly, as much as I
obey the blood god unto death.
Oh wow, these guys are actually like really good in battles. I may need to get more cultists because these guys actually have summons, which is kind of amazing. Summon a bloodthirster? Wow, you could summon a bloodthirster at like level... Do you have to be at minimum of level 13, 14, 15, 16? But at level 16 you could summon frickin' bloodthirsters. Damn, son. Alright, but I'm sending you south because I want cults. So I can teleport. Because I think I'm going to have Skarbrand mess around up here, but we're going to use our cultist to let us teleport somewhere down south. Would I say Taurus is an appetizer and Khorne is the main course? No, they're different. They are notably different from one another. I would say that Khorne is not as like endless. Taurus is a very unique feel. Taurus is the true berserker that can chain smashing into different settlements together endlessly and cross like hideous amounts of the campaign map like that. And just keep going. Like, Taurus is a juggernaut. Skarbrand and Khorne are they're not nearly as fast. Like, they are significantly less well designed to just have like an endless party fight across the map. But they, you know, I feel like if you're like, man, I like Taurus, but I wish I had more like empire building options, or man, I really like Taurus, but I wish there was more to it than just pure smashing and bashing, then I think you're gonna love Khorne. If you're like, man, I just want to smash and bash and I don't give a shit about anything else, I literally just want to destroy everything and I just want to fight as many battles as possible without a care in the world, then I think you're gonna prefer Taurus.
Ultimate is unacceptable.
Alright, cultist. I want to destroy Altdorf. Actually, it'd probably be easier to start in Kislev. Take me to Kislev. Wait, are you going to take a stupid route? Yes, you are. Go to the ocean. A rebellion? Yeah, that's fine. So what would I have wanted the end times to have done differently, and how would I have wanted Age of Sigmar to start differently in a perfect world? Zoner, thanks so much for coming by, dude. Have a great night. So for me, the big thing when it comes down to Age of Sigmar and the end times is that I would have focused much more heavily on actually wrapping up Warhammer Fantasy for the end times. Because one of my biggest critiques with Age of Sigmar, and a critique I feel very strong about, is that the end times spent way too much time trying to set up for Age of Sigmar, and it just shouldn't have worried about it. Like, the only thing the end times should have kept in that I consider a setup for Age of Sigmar was like resurrecting Nagash. Like, I think book 1 was really good. I still would make a couple of little tweaks to book 1, but in general I think book 1 was really good. Which was the book all about like Nagash and the start of the Chaos Invasion into the Empire. and stuff like that. I also would have, but like the biggest thing is I would have literally sat down. Here's what I would have done if I made the end times, right? I would have sat down and I would have made a big bulletin board, like a bunch of sticky notes. I would have made a sticky note for every single character in Warhammer Fantasy that people know and love who still exist in the setting. And that includes characters from like older editions who just like, they're still around, but they're not talked about a lot. I would have made a sticky note for every single one of them. And as I was writing the end times, I would have made absolutely sure that they show up at some point, even if it's literally just like they're part of a massive army and they end up dying as in one of the battles, right? So like a good example is like Tarux the Brass Bull. He didn't get a ton of screen time, but he still shows up in the Siege of Altdorf, and he's like this unstoppable brass god that's like slaughtering his way through the Bretonnians that are trying to like help save Altdorf, and he's smashing his way towards the gates of Altdorf, and he's like unstoppable until Marcus Wolfheart shows up, who's like genuinely one of the best counters to Tarux. And Marcus's big moment is that he kills Tarux the Brass Bull by shooting him in the throat and killing him instantly, which was Tarux's only weakness. That was a really cool moment. And I like there should have been a lot more of that. There should have been a lot more big characters showing up, and even if they don't necessarily get to have a massive impact on the story, they should at least get to still be part of the story. Another good example of like when I think they did it right was what they did with Wulfric the Wanderer. Even though the big books did not do it as well as one of the minor because they released like some novels that went with the big books, and the novels were like a little more focused on individual moments. But like another thing that I thought a moment that I enjoyed in the novels was when Wulfric shows up, because Wulfric shows up in the oh, I can't deploy down here, can I? Nope. Okay. Wulfric shows up during the Siege of Mindheim, and the moment we get to see Wulfric is like Wulfric's whole thing is that he's like the ultimate challenger of the gods, right? Like he could speak any tongue, and his big thing is that he shows up and challenges people to duel him, and then traditionally he absolutely murders their face, and like it's because he like enrages them and to end up making a mistake, and then when they make a mistake he kills them. So the moment they gave to Wulfric is that Wulfric shows up during the Siege of Mindheim, and he actually finds it, he tracks down Vultan, which Vultan is literally the mortal reincarnation of Sigmar and was wielding Galmaraz. So like he's like Wulfric shows up and blocks his path and challenges him, and Vultan just says, all right, let's go, and they start fighting. And they have like this, it's a very swift duel. It's a good duel, but it's quick. Like they have this very brief back and forth, but ultimately Vultan is victorious, and he cuts down Wulfric the Wanderer. So Wulfric is finally kind of set free from his curse because he's defeated and killed by Vultan. But it's a really good moment to allow Wulfric to be fulfilling his role of like tracking down individuals that consider themselves able to fight against chaos and dueling them. And he just finally meets his match and is killed, which I think that was a good moment for him. No, Franz, no. Vultan is the mortal reincarnation of Sigmar. Vultan is. Karl Franz is a... Karl Franz embodied a lot of what Sigmar stood for, but what happened to Franz ultimately is that he dies, and Sigmar's godly essence possesses Sigmar's corpse. And basically, Sigmar kind of wears him like a puppet in order to be active again. But it's like the actual deity of Sigmar, rather than his mortal incarnation. And they don't reveal that until book 5, after Vultan's already died, because Vultan dies at the end of book 4. Also, another big thing about the end times is that every single Warhammer Fantasy race should have had a moment in the spotlight. Like, everyone should have been part of a major storyline. Unlike what ended up happening, which is that basically the greenskins and the ogres barely got to do anything. Meanwhile, the lizardmen and the dwarfs kind of had cool moments, but ultimately they had cool moments as being the major antagonists for Skaven, which was alright. But then they just sort of piece out of the story. And like, we don't really get any of the characters we know and love from those factions again. Like in Book 5, they gave us Ungrim Iron Fist, but Ungrim dies very, very early in Book 5. And then for the remainder of the End Time storyline, we don't get a single dwarf character that you would actually know from the army, any of the books. All the dwarf characters you get after that point are characters who were purely invented for the End Times. Which, not great. Like, how are you going to do an apocalypse scenario with one of the major races in the Ultimate Alliance being the dwarves, and the dwarves don't even get a character? Like, they don't get Grombrindal leading them, they don't get Thorgrim leading them. All of their characters are dead by that point. Or they, like, show up and we don't see them die, but it's, like, implied they're dead, because we don't see them again after that. It's just bad.
The exiled one.
Just a lot of bad. The ogres didn't get to do anything. The ogres literally never show up. Like, Greasus and Scrag are mentioned in the prequel, like, literally the forward to the End Times, and then they never show up again after that. Can't wait to play as Lewin and kill Kugoth? Yeah, boy.
Retreat! Chaos Warriors!
I also would, and like I said, I wouldn't have used any Age of Sigmar characters in the End Times. I would have completely gotten rid of the Glotkin. I think the Glotkin was not a good idea. I think the Glotkin are a great character, but they should have been an Age of Sigmar character, which is the reason they introduced the Glotkin. The Glotkin have nothing to do with Warhammer Fantasy. They literally just brought them out of left field for no reason. Like, the Magath Riders were okay, but I would have just had Festus the Leech Lord and Kugoth Plaguefather be the primary antagonists for a big Nurgle invasion. There was no reason to bring this super character into it.
We will crush their resolve.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. Excellent. What does Wolfrek tell Lizard to get them angry? Argonians from Elder Scrolls are a cooler concept. Haha.
A
Probably.
tool of Khorne's wrath. Wrath incarnate. Cultist of the Blood God.
But, and that's the thing. And then for Age of Sigmar, the only thing they had to do in Age of Sigmar, not to screw up the beginning, was just to respect the fantasy fans. So, like, give them good rules for all of their old minis, and write interesting lore to explain, like, what those races are up to in the modern day and how they've evolved, while also maybe sprinkling little hints of what's to come in the future, and then start developing new characters. Like, the Glotkin would have been a very, very cool character to open with in Age of Sigmar. Like, to show how Nurgle has evolved with this, like, crazy powerful new champion, to just show, like, how Age of Sigmar is going to be ramping things up. And, like, okay, you still have little references here and there to old Nurgle characters, or, like, legends about them. But I think that would have just been a way better choice. Like, the only issue with which granted, it was a big issue. But the biggest, or the major issue with Age of Sigmar when it initially came out is that Games Workshop literally treated it like it was a different game. So they kind of called it like, it's usually referred to by people who experienced it like myself, because Games Workshop used this wording. They essentially referred to it as a beer and pretzels game. So instead of it being like an interesting, engaging strategy game that you would play with your friends, they were like, well, we don't want it to be super complicated. We want people to think of it as being like really simple. And like, look, we've dumbed down the rules so much that you don't even need a rule book. You've only got 4 pages of rules for the entire game, and you don't even need to like, you could just like have beer and pretzel with your friends because that's how easy it is to play the game. Like they were advertising it like that because in their mind, they thought they were saying, look, we know that everybody hated fantasy because it was way too complicated and learning the rules was a huge pain in the ass and it just wasn't fun for new players. So we've solved that problem by just making it so simple to play that you don't even have to think about it at all, in any sense of the word. Like, thinking is in the past. And I just don't think that hit the way they were hoping it would hit. Still don't understand why they didn't make Kugoth and Nakari instead of 2 new Greater Demons, because they had a specific design in mind for the 2 new guys. And the most notable thing about their design was that I honestly think they did the right thing, in that they wanted Salaxi Hellbane and Rodriguez Rainfather to have very specific themes that match with where they were taking the races that are, you know, built around them. You know, they were trying to say, hey, like, we know Kugoth was the ultimate alchemist. You know, Kugoth's whole thing is that he's basically like a big lab rat. And, you know, he's this big experimenter. He's the brewmaster. That's not what we want to do with Rodriguez. We want to take an idea based on, like, rain gods. An idea that is a very popular theme in ancient human cultures. The Rain Father, the creature that brings the rain. Because that way we're able to develop this idea and twist it on its head with a Nurgly theme in order to introduce Rodriguez Rainfather, who is a very cool character in and of himself. I love Rodriguez Rainfather. I just also like Kugoth Plaguefather. So, like, I don't think... so I actually don't think that was a horrible decision. Especially... the only thing I didn't like was that they just got rid of Kugoth. I think it would have been better to still talk about Kugoth, like still acknowledge that he existed, instead of just pretending like he just like fell into a void somewhere. It would have been really nice just to have little notes about him, of like maybe after his failure in the end times, you know, he had lost a lot of favor with the grandfather and was hiding somewhere. Or maybe after he was horribly killed by Luin Leokur, literally purifying his heart with the with his blood, which was blessed by the lady, maybe that caused Kugoth to get so messed up that even all these tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years later, maybe millions of years later, he's still recovering, because it damaged him so badly. Same thing for Nakari, right? Nakari's whole thing was that ultimately he served kind of as a foil and a major antagonist for Tyrion the Teclis. That is the purpose of Nakari, is that he is the bane of Anarian's line. He is like the ultimate rival and enemy of any who are descended from Anarian the Defender, which is a cool storyline, but it doesn't work well in Age of Sigmar because Anarian isn't a thing anymore. Well, like, Anarian still happened, but Anarian's important to fantasy. He's not important to Age of Sigmar. That's not his, you know, that's not his field. So, like, bringing back and having a major focus on, like, Anarian would have been weird, because then you have to explain all this other nonsense. So, retiring Nakari, whose major thing is that, oh, I hate Anarian, and replacing him with a demon who's all about perfecting the art of killing other greater demons, yeah, I think that's a good move. Honestly, I do. But once again, I think it still would have been cool to have mentions about N'Kari. Like, to bring up N'Kari a little bit when you're talking about Tyrion and Teclis, how Tyrion and Teclis have evolved into gods, but rumor has it there's still this sinister force that's hunting for a way to kill them because it's so obsessed with them. And, you know, you could reveal later that it's N'Kari and what he's been up to, and that he's been having this plot to try and kill them. So, like, I don't think those characters needed to be in the limelight anymore, Kugoth and N'Kari, but I think that pretending they didn't exist was where they goofed. However, I should note that Kugoth has actually recently returned. Kugoth Plaguefather actually has returned to Age of Sigmar. He shows up in the newest Nurgle book. He's not playable at the moment or anything, but he is specifically mentioned and talked about. And it's literally Kugoth Plaguefather, the Brewmaster, which is great. So now they're like adjusting to talk about him, probably because he's coming back out in Total War Warhammer, to be honest. So, like, that, you know, that's my full thoughts on that whole thing. But, like, I love Age of Sigmar. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Literally, the reason, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming Total War Warhammer tomorrow. I won't be here. And the reason I'm not going to be here is because I have an Age of Sigmar tournament tomorrow that I, like, really wanted to get into, but the slots fill up for them so fast that I ended up missing the sign up, but someone dropped, so I got called, asked if I wanted to come in, and I said, yeah, like, absolutely. So, like, that's where I'm gonna be tomorrow, is playing Age of Sigmar. Let's see. Am I into 40k at all? Not really. Like, I'm aware of 40k, and I keep tabs on it. Like, I watch YouTube channels that cover the rumors and the reveals and stuff, because I like to be aware of what's going on in the community. 40k is not my thing by any means of the imagination, but it's still part of the Warhammer community, and, like, ultimately, regardless of what aspect of the community you're in, whether that's fantasy or Age of Sigmar or whatever, I think it's always good to be paying attention to what's going on in the other parts of the community, because you never know when sometimes that can help you figure out what's going to happen in the stuff that you care about going forward. And when something really exciting happens in 40k, I like to celebrate that with the 40k fans. Like, I'm really enjoying celebrating the Eldar release with all of the Eldar fans, because I know they've been waiting for so long. And I'm so excited for them to finally get to see it, or to get to have this long-awaited release that I know they've just been waiting for. Do I ship Gulliman and Yvrain? Yes. I love ships. Ships are just that, like, ultimate fan drama that I love. Quick lore question. I was talking to a friend. Was Anarion lied to and his wife and children were taken to Athel Loren nuts? So Hades' death god, Anarion wasn't lied to. It was nobody knew. So what happened was when there was a time when Anarion was out on campaign, and N'Kari, being the absolute douche that he is, knew that Anarion was out, and so Anarion launches a surprise campaign at the heart of Ulthuan. And N'Kari successfully penetrates Ulthuan and makes it all the way to the Gaian Vale, where he corners the Everqueen, who is Anarion's wife. And of course, she has her children with her. Morellian and I forget what her daughter's name is, because a lot of the Everqueens have very similar names. I think it's Astariel. No, Astariel was Anarion's wife. I forget what his daughter's name was. But, and there's no getting away from N'Kari. Like, N'Kari has them completely surrounded, and they're losing. despite the fact that it is a ton of elves, with the Everqueen being quite powerful herself, and they have a lot of forest spirits fighting alongside them. Because a lot of the forest spirits considered Avalorn to be their home just as much as they did Athelloren. Among them was Durthu. Like, Durthu was fighting side by side with the Wood Elves because he loved Avalorn. He lived there for quite a... Like, he kind of just moved between Athelloren and Avalorn, but he was helping defend Avalorn because he genuinely loved it as, like, a secondary home. So Durthu was helping, like, man the defenses, and eventually it just became apparent to everyone that, like, they couldn't stop Nakari. Even Durthu could not stop Nakari. Granted, Durthu was not as powerful as he would later become, but Nakari was unstoppable. And so the Everqueen, Astariel, begs... Oh, it was Morelian Yvraine. Oh, well, there you go. It was Yvraine as well. That's probably why... my brain was like, isn't it Yvraine? It's like, well, I just said Yvraine. That's the 40k lady, but I guess they do have the same name. So, the big thing that goes down is that Astariel turns to Durthu and asks, is there any way you can save my children? Like, is there a way out? Do you know of a way they could escape? And Durthu's kind of like, I'm not supposed to say this, but I guess technically there is a way out. Like, I could go through the world routes. And she begs him, please take my children and leave. You know, save them. And Durthu says, I can't. Like, I cannot do that. Because one of the laws set down by all of the ancients that we agreed to is that no blooded life would ever be allowed to travel the world routes. And Astariel says, I will literally do anything. If you have any love for me and any love for Avalorn or the elves, then please take my children. And so Durthu kind of thinks about it for a second, and he says, okay, tell you what. If you swear a pact to me, and you find... If you swear a pact to me that I'll give you, then I'll save your children. And the pact will be this. I will save your children. I'll take them to the world routes and protect them if, at a later date, when Athelloren itself is in need, we may claim some of your descendants in a basically equivalent exchange. So I will save your future generations now in exchange for those future generations at a later date. And she says, deal, done. So they make this big, and it's like genuinely a magically sealed bargain. So Durthu picks up Yvraine and Morelian. He puts them into a magical sleep so that they cannot wake up and they won't know where they're going. And Durthu leads a large contingent of the Wood Elves into the world routes and escapes to Athelloren. And Yvraine, or Astariel, remains. And she goes to confront her destiny, which is literally that Nakari butchers everybody, and captures Astariel, and you fill in the gaps. Some really horrible shit goes down, and Astariel dies. So all Anarion hears is that Anarion gets word that Avalorn's under attack. He rushes to Avalorn to save his wife and children, and he arrives to find just nightmare fuel. Like, just the absolute worst PTSD-inducing massacre you could possibly imagine, because Slaanesh was leading the charge. And he's told that, like, the last anyone saw of his family was in the Gaean Vale, and they find what's left of Astariel, and he finds out that his wife and children are dead. Louis, get some sleep, dude. Thanks so much for coming by. So, like, for all anybody knew, including Anarion, everybody thought his kids were dead. And his kids, like, were kept in magical slumber until the end of the war. Morelian and Yvraine have no memories of, they have no memories of Athelloren, because there was a huge fight among the ancients when Durthu showed up. Some of the forest spirits were really pissed about it, most notably Coadil. Coadil was like, that was super against the rules. Like, there's never, ever supposed to be blooded life in here. Like these children need to die. You are not supposed to have these here. And Coadil flat out was ready to murder those kids, and Durthu basically put his fists up and was like, fucking try it. Watch what happens. And it turned into a huge argument between, and the only ones of the ancients that were still alive at that point were Coadil, Durthu, and Adenhu, which Adenhu was considered Adenhu the Wise. And he was kind of the, he was like the wizard among the three. Usually they're referred to as Durthu, stout of heart, Coadil the trickster, and Adenhu the wise. And a big debate broke out with Durthu saying, no, we should protect these kids. I literally made this pact so that, like, I didn't do this just because I'm a big softie. Like, eventually we will have need. I've seen how the elves can work with the forest. I've seen the elves protecting Avalorn. They could be of service to the forest, and they can help protect it from sinister forces. Therefore, like, this is a good idea. We should call in this favor later. And Coadil said, that's bullshit. Like, they are going to betray us because warm, like, blooded life, humans, elves, animals, whatever they may be, all they care about is themselves, and they don't understand what it's like to be part of the forest. They're going to betray us. We should kill them and just be done with it. And Adenhu sat on it for a really long time and finally said, okay, tell you what, we're gonna keep the kids alive, and we're going to keep this pact in mind in case we ever have need of it, but the kids must remain asleep for the entire time they're here. They're never allowed to wake up. And as soon as the war is over and it's safe for them to go home, Durthu will take them home and leave them, and they will never know of what happened here. And everybody agrees, even though Coadil's kind of pissed about it, but everybody agrees, and that's what happens, is that they keep them there until the end of the war. When the vortex happens, Anarion has been killed, Anarion dies, and Kalidor Dragon Tamer is sealed in the vortex, so, like, most of the super elves from the prior generation are gone, but the demons are defeated. Durthu very quietly teleports back into using the world roots into Avalorn, and he leaves the Moraine and Yervelian, or Yvrain, where they can be found, and then he vanishes. So anyway, there's the answer to that. Can I tell you about the Queek and Skarbrand fight story? Yes. That's a bit of a disingenuous name, to be honest, because they don't actually fight. They are in the same room. What happens is that, so, you can actually read this in a novel called Thanquol's Doom. And in Thanquol's Doom, there is an incident where basically there's this dwarf city that the Skaven are trying to destroy. And it's very important to them that the city is destroyed. It's so important to them that the people that end up essentially being put in charge of dealing with it are Thanquol and Ikit Claw. So, like, think about that. When, like, if you have a mission so important that you're literally calling out Ikit Claw and Thanquol to try and deal with it, not to mention Clan Moors sends one of their best generals, not Queek Headtaker, but a different guy, in order to deal with this. Oh, Sorcerer Lord, you are in for a bad day, son. Welcome to Ass-Beating O'Clock, wizard.
Hordes of chaos.
So anyway, so you have this, so with Ikit Claw and Thanquol being there are some, disagreements about what they should do precisely, and who should be in charge. And during this whole time, Ikit is actually building a super device, which he calls the Doom Sphere, which you may be familiar with if you've played Total War Warhammer 2, because it's Ikit Claw's super device that you can set up to blow a bunch of stuff up. So you have the Doom Sphere being built, And Thanquol really doesn't want the Doom Sphere to work and go off, because Thanquol wants to be the one who gets full props for basically saving the day and winning the fight against the dwarves. So Thanquol, being Thanquol, is actually the one who ends up sabotaging the Doom Sphere, though the dwarves do, of course, actually play their part. But like, the Doom Sphere itself is actually destroyed and doesn't go off. The Doom Sphere ends up not working because Thanquol and the dwarfs, through their combined efforts in different moments and times, end up sabotaging it and destroying it, much to Ikit Claw's enragement. There is a notable moment during the war after the Doom Sphere is effectively destroyed. Basically, the Skaven are prepping to launch kind of like a last big effort to destroy destroy the dwarves. And so the thing they end up essentially settling on is that man, I'm having a brain fart. So because things are not going well, the Council of 13 gets really pissed off because they're like, what the hell is taking so long? Y'all should have already won this war. Why is this, like, why have you not won yet? So Clan Moors, being involved, decides enough is enough, and the Council of 13, most notably Lord Nodwell, sends Queek Headtaker. So Thanquol, by this point, has essentially been getting away with a lot of his shenanigans because he has been manipulating the warlord of Clan Moors to do what he wants him to do, which generally has not been, like, great for the overall Skaven efforts. It's been great for Thanquol personally, but it hasn't been great for, like, the Skaven as a whole. So Queek Headtaker shows up, and Queek Headtaker's first act is to decapitate the prior warlord who had been listening too much to Thanquol. And Queek Headtaker finally kind of comes barreling down on Thanquol himself. And a thing to note about Queek is that Queek hates Greyseers. Queek hates Greyseers more than anything else on the surface of the planet. Because Queek finds them to just be these super conniving, backstabbing bastards that can't be trusted under any circumstance, and they ruin everything they get involved with because they're too busy trying to further their own glory, which is very ironic coming from Queek, because Queek does a very similar thing. So, of course, when Queek shows up, Thanquol can't manipulate him because Queek is, like, not interested in dealing with him, and it actually ends up being very scary for Thanquol, because when Thanquol and Queek kind of are arguing with one another, Thanquol threatens to blast Queek with magic, and Queek is so fast and scary that he basically just kind of, like, anime teleports up to Queek and puts his weapon at Queek's throat and is basically just like, give me an excuse. Like, give me a reason. And Thanquol's like, oh shit, this guy, like, is not... this guy's crazy. So Thanquol, who's heard a lot about Queek but hadn't met him before this point, realizes that Queek Headtaker is genuinely insane. And Thanquol realizes that he's scared of him. So Thanquol has Queek following him around and bullying him. Queek is literally just standing behind Thanquol this entire time, and like pushing Thanquol harder and harder and harder as they lead a big assault on the dwarves. Because Thanquol is sitting there trying to like not get killed, and the entire time he has Queek standing behind him, basically poking him with a sword and saying, hey, use a spell, hey, use a spell, hey, use a spell, to keep solving issues. So Thanquol keeps unleashing all these really powerful spells, but if you know how magic works, then you know what Thanquol is doing is actually super dangerous, because the more magic you use and you're not like resting between uses, the more draining it is on the wizard, and the more likely you're gonna miscast and basically blow yourself up, or something really, really bad is gonna happen. So Thanquol is panicking, legitimately panicking, because he doesn't know how to deal with this, that, like, he literally has this guy just continually poking him in the butt, forcing him to use more and more magic when he really doesn't want to. So Thanquol's freaking out. And finally they get into this really big battle with the dwarfs, where Queek starts getting involved. But during this battle, long story short, the Skaven think that there's about to be a whole bunch of Skaven reinforcements showing up. Well, spoiler, it turns out that the dwarves actually killed the Skaven reinforcements, and it's the dwarves that show up. So the dwarves come charging out from an unexpected angle to help their champion, who's one of the major characters. I'm going to tell Zinch to skedaddle, or I'm going to kill him. Oh, hey, look, Dakari's here. Anyway, so when the dwarfs so the dwarfs have the Skaven outnumbered. Well, not outnumbered, but they're beating them back. The dwarfs are winning. Thanquol realizes that, like, oh, we're going to die. This is bad. We should run. And Queek, once again, pokes him with a sword and says, no, you're going to use magic to solve this. I know you have a magical Guga you can use to save us. And Thanquol's like, oh, that thing. Because it turns out that the magical Guga that he has is what Thanquol has been telling everybody is a piece of a Vermin Lord. So it's like a fragment of a Vermin Lord's original mortal body, and if utilized correctly, it should summon that Vermin Lord into reality, so that it can, you know, do its thing and make a mess and attack people and everything. So Thanquol, but unfortunately for Thanquol, he's been bragging about this as essentially like a bargaining chip. So unfortunately for him, because he's been bragging about it so much, it accidentally ends up, Queek knows about it, so Queek tells him, do it, summon the Vermin Lord and we'll win, like summon the Vermin Lord, do it. And Thanquol's like, I don't know, man, like I really think we shouldn't do it. And Queek's like, fucking do it or I'm gonna kill you. So Thanquol's like, all right, fine. So Thanquol does his ritual, but turns out that either due to the stress that Queek was putting on him, or due to the fact that maybe the artifact was not as legitimate as Thanquol kept telling everyone it was, it goofs. And the goof ends up being that instead of he does successfully open a portal to summon a demon. Unfortunately, instead of summoning a Vermin Lord who is sympathetic to the Skaven and would help them, he ends up summoning fucking Skarbrand. Because Thanquol is an idiot. And we love that about Thanquol. So Thanquol, being the genius he is, rips open a portal to the Exiled One and the Realm of Khorne. Skarbrand comes tearing out of the portal, and there's two things Skarbrand notices immediately. A, there's a really big fight going on. B, he knows who summoned him. So Skarbrand knows who Thanquol is, he knows Thanquol's name, and he like looks at him, and he starts talking to Thanquol. Because the thing about Skarbrand is being the embodiment of rage, he's kind of an angry guy, so he focuses on Thanquol and just starts coming for him. Because his goal is to kill Thanquol for summoning him. Because it's like kind of an insult, and also he just hates wizards, and he just happens to be the person Skarbrand focuses on. But just by Skarbrand showing it up, you have, like, Skarbrand's rage starts infecting everyone. And because Skarbrand's rage starts infecting everyone, everyone starts killing each other. Like, dwarves are fighting dwarves, Skaven are fighting Skaven, they're fighting each other, and of course demons start popping up. So, like, everything's going wildly out of control. And at this point, Queek Headtaker sees Skarbrand, and he has a moment where he basically goes, I'm gonna kill this guy, like I'm gonna fight this thing. And Queek gets all ready to fight Skarbrand, but essentially Queek kind of like snaps out of it. And you could probably suggest, and very accurately suggest, that his trophy heads were going, yo, dude, like, no, no. Like, you got a lot of good stuff going for you. You're strong and all that, but you're not that strong. You're not killing the most powerful greater demon of Khorne in existence level strong. And so Queek basically stops and goes, you know what, I'm gonna go. And he basically turns and leads those of his bodyguard he's able to kind of smack out of Skarbrand's rage effect, and Queek leads a fighting retreat and escapes. And that's the last time we see Queek in that book.
I would never betray Kislev.
Tribesmen gather,
Alright.
despoil and ravage.
I want you to
We
go
must go forth.
set up a home for us. If you, Lizardman, I would say that there are a lot of very strong similarities between Queek, Headtaker, and Norske. Yeah, that's correct. And then Skarbrand dies because they drop a statue on his head. Is Ska a better fighter than Queek? No. Ska is stronger than Queek and just pure raw strength, but he would not beat Queek in a fight. Obakis, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Did Grimgor ever take on a greater demon of note? That we got to watch happen? No. But it is noted in Grimgor's lore that he has fought greater demons and killed them. But we don't know any of their names or anything. How do Khorne champions find and tame juggernauts? I'll come back to that one, because I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't remember off the top of my head. Krizomi, how you doing? What's a random lore fact that literally nobody knows? A random lore fact literally nobody knows. I'll come back to that. Donter Shi, how you doing? Cheers, Shin, Skolgo, J Bosco, Charger Rhino. How did Coadil die? Coadil dies in the end times. And the way Coadil dies is that ultimately, wow, he is literally coming at us from every angle, but it's Slaanesh, so I guess that should kind of be expected. The way Coadil dies is that ultimately he fights Durthu in the end times. So in the end times, there's a lot of build-up to various shenanigans and these giant major fights going down. And one of the big fights that happens is that in the aftermath of Ulthuan being destroyed, all of the elves relocate to Athel Loren. And that basically becomes the new Ulthuan. And it's now the Dark Elves, the High Elves, and the Wood Elves all are living in the same place and have unified as just the Elves. However, very quickly there end up being some growing pains for this new culture. And one of the big ones that very quickly becomes apparent is that not all of the forces in Athel Loren, or even among the Elves, are happy with this arrangement. Most notably, all the people that used to worship Cain basically get kicked out because they start causing way too much issues with their desire to shed blood and exalt in a god who kind of caused a lot of problems fairly recently, and ultimately has a little bit too much in common with Khorne the Blood God, which it starts to be kind of pointed out a lot by everyone that lives in Athel Loren. So the Cainites get kicked out. And after the Cainites get kicked out, other forces in Athel Loren start having issues, most notably Drycha. Which Drycha had actually vanished from the Wood Elves radar for a while, because after in 8th edition, Drycha's kind of last major thing that she does is that Drycha manipulates a large series of events to weaken Bretonnia, and just cause a lot of issues that allow her to get away with grabbing a whole bunch of artifacts and doing a whole bunch of stuff that ultimately results in her breaking Coadil out of his prison. Because Coadil had become very, very crazy, dangerously crazy, and so the Wood Elves ended up sealing him away in a part of Athel Loren known as the Wildwood, and the Wildwood basically acts as a cage. And that's where the Wood Elves keep all of the problematic forest spirits. So forest spirits that like to eat children or attack Wood Elves, or there's just something about them where they can't be allowed to roam free. The Wildwood is where they kept. Drycha ends up busting them all out because Drycha steals a bunch of artifacts from Bretonnia and the Empire, and she does a favor for Manfred von Karstein. And she does a whole bunch of stuff to bust Coadil out of prison, and the two of them vanish. And eventually they would reappear as Coadil and Drycha had basically become so crazy, and they were so dedicated to the idea that Athel Loren would somehow be saved if they could just purge the elves from it, that they end up making a bargain with Be'lakor. So Be'lakor runs around and basically gathers up sympathetic individuals who are hanging around Athel Loren. And the most powerful allies that Be'lakor makes end up being Coadil and Drycha. So Be'lakor ends up launching a major assault. He launches a massive attack against the Oak of Ages in Athel Loren, and there's this huge battle in the King's Glade. And the most notable aspects or leaders end up being Be'lakor, Drycha, and Coadil. And so the Wood Elves, along with their elven allies like Malekith and everybody, are fighting against this. And the most notable kind of moment is that Coadil shows up, and Coadil, of course, has a whole bunch of sympathetic forest spirits because Coadil's insanity is a little bit infectious, as is Drycha's, but both of their madness essentially comes from the they kind of were infected by Morgr. So with this madness now infecting them, they kind of make bad decisions, which ultimately leads to them fighting alongside him. And in this big battle, ultimately what we see happen is where are you going, big guy? Wow, he just he wasn't even trying to charge my warriors, he was just passing through them, and he just, oh my gosh. Nakari has some pretty slick animations. Those chariots, I don't even know where those chariots came from. What the heck? Spooky thing about Slaanesh units, you'll just blink and all of a sudden there's a giant Slaanesh unit in the middle of your army. Oh, they must have come this way. That would explain why these guys are all messed up. Yeah, kill the chariots, please. So when he shows up, when Coadil shows up, Coadil and Durthu just beeline for each other. Because there's a lot of mixed and hurt feelings, to be honest, between those two. There's a lot of complicated history between Coadil and Durthu. Because, ultimately, they loved one another, they were brothers, and they're the only two ancients left in all of Athel Loren. So, they're it. Every single one of, all of the remaining ancients are dead. Have been, they've been killed in battle, or, they're all died. They all died. The vast majority of them died a really, really long time ago. So with there not being that many of them left, the thing that we learn about the Ancients is that they talk about this in 8th edition, but the Ancients have a really interesting kind of power system to them, where the Ancients functionally absorb one another when they die. So, like, if an Ancient of Athel Loren is killed, his power is then divvied up between what's left of the remaining Ancients. So, for instance, when Adenhu died, every single Ancient that had died before him, as well as Adenhu's own power, was split between Durthu and Coadel. So Durthu and Coadel are wielding a insane amount of power, but they're using it for very different means. And Durthu, like, has had enough with his brother. So the two of them get into this huge fight in the middle of the battle, and it's basically this major kaiju fight of these two giant forest spirits just beating the shit out of each other. With Coadil is a much more accomplished wizard than Durthu is, so he's using his magic to his advantage. Meanwhile, Durthu has this giant, oversized sword that he got as a gift from what's his face? The Smith. Volton's mortal avatar. God, I can't remember his name. Someone in chat will remember it. Date. Yeah. So he's got Date's sword, which is a pretty big deal. So the two of them are fighting, and they're fighting, and the basic like lowdown of what happens is they exchange a bunch of big kaiju hits, but ultimately, kind of thanks to his own sorcery and being genuinely willing and fully committed to killing Durthu, Coadil actually gets the upper hand. Coadil manages to deeply wound Durthu, and while Durthu is like staggered, Coadil grabs Durthu's arm and rips his arm off. So Coadil just flat out like rips Durthu's arm out of its socket, which, you know, hurts and also means that Durthu is basically dying. But that is where a very pivotal moment happens, where a character proves how important they are to Athel Loren, which is that Alariel, who is now the incarnate of life, and by this point has absorbed and unified all of Aisha's power, and is functionally Ariel and Alariel combined into one entity, along with containing the power of the Wind of Life itself. She gets involved in the fight and uses her life magic to instantly, and I mean instantly, regrow Durthu's arm. So Durthu like literally has a fully formed arm burst out of his, which allows him to start fighting back Coadil, and he starts pushing back Coadil, and he manages to grab his sword while Coadil's kind of surprised by this, and he brings his sword up and he impales Coadil in the chest. And once he gets him in the chest, Coadil's basically done, and Durthu forces him down to the ground and kills him. And with Coadil dead, Durthu absorbs all of Athel Loren's might, because he is now the last ancient. And when that happens, the power is so much that it actually manages to genuinely cure Durthu's madness. So Durthu's insanity is cured, and he's able to actually kind of see the world for the first time without just being crazy. Because he wasn't like insane, but he was not all there. Durthu was very much deeply affected and obsessed with what he believed to be his failings because he feels that they resulted in kind of the decline of Athel Loren. Anyway, so that's how Coadil dies. Was Cain corrupted by Khorne? Nope. Nope. Cain's always been that way. Cain and Khorne, I would say, you know, probably not a huge surprise if you know a little bit about their background, but Cain and Khorne genuinely hate each other more than probably like any other. Like, the only thing I think Khorne hates more than Cain would be like his brothers, but they despised one another a lot. They had quite a few disagreements about a myriad of things, and I think the two of them were very keenly aware of the fact that they were very similar. They did not appreciate that about one another. But no, Cain was always the Lord of Murder. That is his original title. He is the war god of the elves, and he represents the worst aspects of war. Like, he is a pure representation of entities who are genuinely obsessed with bloodshed purely for its own sake. Which the High Elves believe is inappropriate. How did most of the ancients die? Okay, so I should note that a tree man ancient is not, or an ancient tree man is not the same thing as the actual ancients. The true ancients, like what you would know as the ancients, are ultimately like, they are the original forest spirits. Now, granted, they all happen to be tree men, because that's just how it goes. But they were not a when you play like a Wood Elf campaign and you recruit a tree man ancient as a lord, those are ancient by the standards of now, but they are old tree men who are old, not the ancients. But all of the ancients died with the exception of 3 during the Cataclysm, which the Cataclysm was when the Demons of Chaos first appeared in the world. So, like, when Chaos first showed up, I cannot accurately... It's difficult to put into words how much horrific death was unleashed in those few thousand years that the war lasted. Because you need to understand that, like, Athel Loren used to cover almost the entirety of Bretonnia and cross the mountains to cover a lot of what we now know as the Empire. Like, Athel Loren was gigantic. The Dwarven Realms were a completely uninterrupted line of holds from, like, Kadak Kadrin, if not high, or actually probably Kadak Doom, all the way down to Kadak Zorn. So, like, almost literally the entirety of the World's Edge Mountains was inhabited by dwarves. The elves owned all of Ulthuan, which Ulthuan used to be significantly bigger than it is today before the Sundering caused a lot of Ulthuan to sink. And the Lizardmen controlled the rest of the planet. And obviously there were a lot of early humans messing around in the old world. There were a lot of early humans in Cathay who the Dragon Emperor took under his wing, and stuff like that. But you had a lot of these like massive empires. But when Chaos showed up, the demons alone were so infinite and so unstoppable that they shrunk. They burned these empires until they were itty bitty compared to their original forms. All of these empires were crushed. The Lizardmen went from having a genuine global empire to only having Lustria in the Southlands, part of the Southlands. The elves were struggling. The dwarfs lost a ton of holds and were basically forced to dig deep into their own holds and basically block any and all routes to the surface so that the demons couldn't get to them. The humans of Cathay only survived because of the demons, and the ogres likely helped out with that and also were saved because of it. So, like, the demons just... And Athel Loren lost a ton of itself. Athel Loren was reduced to a fragment of its former size. And the forest spirits that lived in Athel Loren became so warlike in reaction to the demons of chaos because they were fighting against the demons. Because the demons wanted to pervert the forest of Athel Loren as well. You know, they didn't see the forest spirits as kindred spirits. They saw them as something to be conquered and perverted. Athel Loren, the thing that was going on in Athel Loren was that Adenhu, the Wise, who was Codil and Durthu's brother, he became genuinely worried that the forest would never survive the war against the demons. Not in the sense that, like, they would be destroyed, but in the sense that the forest would have to become so bloodthirsty and horrific on its own in response to the demons that by the time the war was over, what would be left of the forest spirits would be worse than the demons themselves. Which is actually why Adenhu ended up voting in favor of sparing Morelian and Yvrain in order to have the elves become bound to the forest later. Because he feared that if Athel Loren was left to its own devices, that it would just be doomed to turn into a nation or a empire of horrifying, bloodthirsty spirits that are just as bad as the demons of chaos. That's why he ultimately spares the elves, because he thinks maybe the elves will have the opportunity, maybe the elves will be the thing that we need to help bring us back under control and make sure that the forest stays healthy as opposed to just alive. Because being alive isn't good enough. Like, the forest needs to be protected from devolving into madness, which isn't going to be easy. But anyway, so yeah, but the war was so bloody and so awful, and the demons were so terrifyingly difficult to stop that ultimately the only three that ended up surviving it were Durthu, Coadil, and Adenhu. Everybody else dies. Learning more, it seems the lore, seems the Wood Elves are slaves to the forest. It's actually a pretty interesting relationship. The Wood Elves are more like gardeners. They are intrinsically bound to the forest, but they kind of exist as its guardians and protectors. Well, they're supposed to. There have been issues that have come up as a part of that relationship. Because of various shenanigans. I would not say the Wood Elves are slaves to the forest, but there is definitely a complex relationship. The most interesting tidbit that I would actually say is that one of the most complicated aspects of the relationship between the forest and the elves is that the forest wants to expand endlessly. The forest does not understand concepts of like self-control or growing to the point that it basically like ends up turning into some horrifying parody of itself, or generating issues that can come from other aspects of it growing too big too quickly. Like one of Adenhu's greatest fears was that if the forest was allowed to grow unhindered, it would inevitably just kind of like turn into a monstrous appetite that could never be sated. And as part of that, not only would it be like horribly obsessed with continuing to grow just for the sake of growing, without reason or sanity. But most notably, it would suffer from the more it grew, the more attention it would draw to itself, and the more enemies it would make. And the more enemies it made, and the more it expanded to like consume other nations or affect other races, the more likely it was that the forest was going to bite off more than it could chew, and inevitably end up kind of summoning or generating an opponent that it couldn't handle, and that would end up destroying it. So the forest, the elves act very much as the forest caretakers, in that they are there to make sure that the forest stays in balance, which is why the wood elves are obsessed with balance. They are completely and utterly obsessed with the idea of making sure that the weave stays in balance. They can't just let Athel Loren become like the most powerful entity on Earth and devour anything and everything before it, and expand outside of its natural borders. If they allow Athel Loren to expand outside its natural borders, that's going to throw the weave out of balance. And when the weave is out of balance, bad things happen. Most notably that the forest will inevitably end up attracting opponents, or it will become voracious and a threat to itself, if that makes sense. Yes, and that's also why they're very heavily isolationist. Yeah. The Wood Elves are concerned with the health and safety of the planet, but they also believe it is their responsibility, but they don't do that just because, like, they're good guys, and that's what good guys do. They do that because it's the only way to keep Athel Loren healthy. Like, if you've ever had a garden and you're like growing plants, whether it's fruits and vegetables or just plants that look pretty and stuff, you can't just like throw all your plants out there and allow it to just grow the way it wants to grow. You have to take care of it. You have to like pull weeds. You have to trim disease. You have to like shift the soil. You got to make sure like it's getting properly watered. Like, you have to have an active hand in it, or else it's not going to be healthy growth. It's going to become like diseased, or like parts of the plants that are maybe some of the plants that are too aggressive will end up choking out the other plants. You have to have an active there has to be an active caretaker a lot of the time in order for a garden to properly flourish. You can't always trust nature to just do the best thing possible, and that's the purpose of the Wood Elves, is to maintain that balance. We're just gonna let Skarbrand fight to the end, or fight as long as he can, because he'll heal up. Can I show spots on the map where they might add new factions? I can kind of ballpark some stuff, I guess. Can you play the races from the previous game in this one? Not yet. Dan the Outdoorsman, some point after release, I'm guessing at least 3+ months after release, they will release like a big update for the game. And the big update is going to be something called like, it's probably going to be called Immortal Empires. They might just call it Mortal Empires, but I would not be shocked if they called it Immortal Empires. But it'll basically be like it'll be a free LC. So it'll be a free update for the game. And what it's going to do is it will add in all of the other races and units and legendary lords and campaigns and everything you could possibly desire from games 1 and 2. How long it's going to take? Who knows? If I remember right, Mortal Empires in Game 2 actually came out pretty quick. However, it had a lot of problems. It came out too quick, actually. Like, it basically used a much older build of Warhammer 1 instead of, like, the last build, which is what they were supposed to do. And Norske also didn't work. So like Norske wasn't in it for a year. It was a mess. It was a horrible mess. Which is why they hopefully won't do that for this game. Hopefully for this game, they will release the DLC, or they will release the world map when it's ready, instead of just releasing it as fast as possible and making it a piece of hot garbage.
More strength.
To my, like, don't take this as gospel. Do not take this as gospel. But from what I have heard, based on what I've heard, I don't even think they've started working on the combined map yet. Like, they are, right now, from what if I understood the thing, like, little whispers and stuff that I've heard, they are just trying to make sure this game is as good as it possibly can be, squash as many bugs, optimize the game as best as possible, and make sure that release goes really smoothly, and make sure, like, we're all good. And once they're like, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, then they can start to work on the combined map. Where's the rise of Cetra in relation to, like, the cataclysm in the end times and history? Does Cetra ever fight anyone the Tomb Kings don't usually... Where is the rise of Cetra when he was alive? Cetra rose to power... Ooh, gosh. I want to say Cetra rose to power, like, 1,500 years before Sigmar was born? Let me double check. It was a long time ago. Like, it was after... No, sorry, it was 2,500 years ago. No, not... Yeah, so Cetra was crowned as the first priest king of Nehekara 2,500 years before the rise of the Empire. So this was, like, after... either after... Or... Where is... Well, that's the important bit. 2,500 years before, before the foundation of the Empire. So if you're relating it to modern day Warhammer Fantasy, according to modern day Warhammer Fantasy, Cetra was alive roughly 5,000 years ago.
Praise the blood god.
All right.
On your feet.
I want you to go here because I know these are all AI factions more than likely that don't have good ways to deal with me.
The drinker. I hunger for battle.
Scrolls for the Skull Throne.
Not what you do. The harbinger of doom. March through the agony.
Let's get some walls.
Most favored of the gods.
I want to do foster cults to improve my corruption, but I still need money, so I think we'll leave it what it is right now. Okay, Blackrock, I want you to turn into this one, 100 skulls every time a battle is fought, because I'm going to kill everything that's over here. For the Twisted Towers, let's do this one. Improved chance to colonize settlements. And then, did Cetra ever fight anyone the Tomb Kings don't usually fight? Cetra fought a lot of stuff. Cetra has fought Lizardmen. He fought Nagash multiple times. He's fought vampires. He's fought demons. Cetra invaded Norske. Very successfully, I might add. Like, Cetra literally invaded Norske right over here and he fought his way all the way across and kicked the shit out of everybody.
Redman 5252
Cetra fought
X1000.
Dark Elves.
Guesses on who the first DLC lords for the Chaos factions will be?
Cetra purged the island of Sartosa once because he found out Neferata was there, and he was like, bitch. It did not go well for her. Like he literally, he's fought pretty much everybody. He's fought ogres. The only thing I don't have I don't think Cetra's ever fought wood elves. That's the only thing I can think of for sure he's never fought. He's fought a lot of greenskins. He's fought Warriors of Chaos. He's fought Norskins. He's fought Lizardmen. He's fought Skaven. He's fought other Tomb Kings. Yeah, I think Wood Elves are literally the only thing he hasn't thrown down with, because, you know, the Wood Elves have zero interest in Hekara because there's no forests. Weren't demons before his time? Yes, but there was a demonic invasion during an event where the sun was eclipsed by the Chaos Moon. And when the sun eclipsed the Chaos Moon, there was a huge storm of magic and a really ugly incident where a ton of demons attacked the Black Pyramid of Nagash. And the High Elves actually showed up and were like, hey, Cetra, this thing's about to happen. You should let us help you. And Cetra was kind of like, or I could kill you. And the High Elves were like, yeah, you could, or you could let us help you. So Cetra actually ends up fighting side by side with the High Elves to fight back the demons, to stop them from taking the Black Pyramid of Nagash. So Cetra fights this like huge demon invasion. And there was this other time where a Lich Priest like really goofed and accidentally ripped open a portal to the Realm of Chaos, trying to harness a storm of magic. And so demons kept pouring out, and Cetra had to fight his way all the way through the demons. He fought the demons, beat the demons, and then in order to close the rift, Cetra literally picks up the Lich Priest, the responsible for it, and yeets him into the Chaos portal, which causes it to close. And also, you know, rip for that that guy. Hey, Beastman, no offense. Like, you're cool, I love you, but I'm gonna kill you now. Because skulls.
Another wretched foul-lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Nothing personal, I just need the kills, thank you. Give me that melee defense.
All the better to spill blood.
Alright, and now we can lay siege to Blackrock. Oh my gosh, by the way, Redman, thanks so much for the bits. Greasus, guesses on who the first DLC lords for the Chaos factions will be. That's easy. That's easy. I genuinely think one of the earliest DLCs we're gonna get is going to be expansions for Chaos. As for who they're all gonna get first, that's stupid easy. I think they're probably gonna do a Warriors focus. I don't know if they're gonna be Mono God, giving larger focuses on Warriors, or if they're going to be Warriors of Chaos that have access to Mono God stuff. But either way, it's going to be Valkia the Bloody for Khorne, Festus the Leech Lord for Nurgle, Village the Curseling for Tzeentch, and then Slaanesh, Dakala the Denied would probably be my first guess. The biggest Slaanesh characters are Dakala the Denied, that one dude whose name I can never remember who rides the titty snake, and like Azazel. Those are like the biggest Slaanesh characters I can think of.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X20. My dumb meme that I did in 10 seconds got 1k votes on Reddit. Unexpected.
Hey man, that sounds like Reddit in a nutshell, to be honest. Oh, this place has walls. Give me towers. There's nothing to flesh out with the demons. If you're saying, nah, they gotta flesh out the demons, bro, what are you talking about? There is no fleshing out. You have all the demons, chat. Like, you're literally done. You've got all the demons. It's already done.
We shall go forth and obliterate in godly glory.
Or I could kill you, but I guess we'll be friends for the moment. Now, if you're asking, well, what about more demon characters? You could do new demon legendary lords. Add in some more demons. That'd be great, too. For demons, if they do demons, you'll do the Mask for Slanesh, Epidemius, the Tallyman for Nurgle, the Blue Scribes for Zinch, and Skull Taker for Khorne. Uzul Skull Taker. I love Uzul. I'm so excited to see Uzul.
Norske, I will hear you. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk.
Join me. Or threaten. Join me or die. Oh, you chose die. I'll remember that. I should probably wait until my reliability rating goes up before I start threatening everyone. Because they're probably going to be like, bro, you're just going to, like, ask me for a thing and then kill me when I say no. And I'm going to be like, no, and then proceed to do that. And then they're going to be like, yeah, I knew it.
Weakness shall fall upon them.
So I need to be a little more I need to be a little more subtle with my betrayals. What's the biggest plot twist no one saw coming in fantasy after Age of in fantasy and or Age of Sigmar? Probably the biggest, honestly, the biggest plot twist that's happened in Age of Sigmar so far, for me, was Morothy becoming a god. Yeah, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. I would say that Morothy devouring the souls of all of the prior Phoenix Kings, including Anarion, and successfully, like, unleashing, or turning into a god in Age of Sigmar was a huge plot twist that I loved. I loved it, by the way, just to be clear. I loved it. Grizomi, thanks so much for keeping your Prime sub going. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, blood.
Okay, so this time I'm going to do Blood for the Blood God, because I am going a different direction. I want to go fight Nakari, because I know there is a Khornate unique building this way. But I still want someone to go over here and slaughter stuff, so we're going to send this guy. Especially because he actually got a really good army.
Grants me power.
Name the hero Minru's Dagon. Got it. Let's get Death's Axe Monolith upgraded. Oh, real quick, someone was asking about Juggernauts, and I would like to answer that. Where do warriors get Juggernauts from? Good question. Allow me to answer that. Let's see. Here we go. Skull Crushers. Wait, is this the right one where it talks about it? Oh, here it is. Is this the one that talks about it? Skull Crushers. Yeah. Oh, it's not this book. It's the Demons book. Where's my Demons of Chaos? Room is a mess. Got army books all over the damn place.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. They're the pet horses of Juggalos.
There we go. Demons of Chaos. Pet horses of Juggalos? I don't think they would appreciate you saying that. For many reasons. I love the artwork in this book. It's such a pretty book. I think Khorne's first, right? Yeah. Let's see. Blood Crushers, also known as Soul Crushers, the Feet of Corn, or Juggers. Oh, I'm thinking of something different. So, Juggernauts of Corn are not tamed. They are gifted. The reason they look like machines is because they are. Like, they're demons, but they are created in Corn's, like, hellish foundries. Because Corn's really big on creating things, especially made out of metal. And Juggernauts of Corn are a gift. They are given to you by the blood god, and you basically mount on them and then ride around being a nightmare and kicking ass and doing a lot of stuff. But you do not tame them. You cannot tame a juggernaut. It is something you earn through Khorne's approval, as opposed to like tracking down and mounting. What's a random obscure fact that nobody really knows? Probably a fun little fact that not a lot of people know. If you're pretty well educated on the lore, you would know it. But that's gonna be true for anything. But probably I think like a fun one I enjoy is did you know that the demon inside of Malice Darkblade, Zarkan, right? He actually, if you've played the game Total War Warhammer 2, you may be aware of the fact that that he is a greater demon of Slaanesh. But have you ever wondered what made him such a big deal, and how did he get trapped in a dark elf of all things? Well, the reason, the story behind it is essentially that basically what happened is that Zarkan was actually a big deal demon. So he was a very, very powerful, gifted champion. But he wanted to prove himself as a really big, powerful, scary, talented champion. So what he did to impress the gods was that he actually led a combined army of demons south into Nagaroth. So he was like up here-ish, and he invades Nagaroth and takes a little place you might know if you played a Dark Elf campaign, known as the Altar of Ultimate Darkness, which the Altar of Ultimate Darkness is quite important in a number of storylines. It also was very, very important in the Ever-Chosen, Archaon's own storyline, because Archaon actually had to go there in order to earn the Mark of Chaos Undivided, which was the first prize he claimed as an Ever-Chosen. But Zarkan actually took it from the Dark Elves, which the Dark Elves were super not cool with. Because the thing about Zarkan is that when he took the Altar of Ultimate Darkness, Zarkan was enough of a big scary asshole that he actually managed to open a rift to the realm of chaos itself, harnessing the magic of the Altar of Ultimate Darkness. So by doing this, he functionally... Oh, god damn it, not a critical failure. You piece of garbage, cultist. By successfully pulling this off, he basically made it where the demons could just manifest infinitely in the Altar of Ultimate Darkness. So the Dark Elves were being attacked for... I think he held it for like a century, or at least a few decades. So the Dark Elves just had to deal with endless attacks. Just a super not great time. They were just being constantly harassed by the demons until the Dark Elves finally managed to fight their way back inside, successfully defeated Zarkan, and as vengeance, they actually captured his soul. And, oh, there's a rift in the green screen. And, they captured his soul and sealed it away within a weapon, if memory serves, and hid it somewhere where Malice Darkblade eventually dug it up and had an unpleasant experience as he suddenly found himself possessed by a very, very powerful demon. It's a Chloe rift. It probably is a Chloe rift. I bet she's up here somewhere. Let me make sure real quick that... Okay, the door's still shut. That's the important bit. Okay, I answered that one. Was Deathmaster Snitch a powerful clan lord compared to others like Queek? Deathmaster Snitch is the greatest assassin that Clan Eshin has. So he has the most power within the clan and is secondary only to the clan's actual, like, leader and head, which is, of course, which is, Lord Sneak. Lord Sneak is the actual, like, head of Clan Eshin.
Only the strongest may serve. Must murder. I obey.
Who is this? Nurgle? Oh, it's ogres. I was like, who the hell is this? The Tree Hammers. Gotcha. Can I summon any more cultists, or did am I maxed out? I'm maxed out right now. Damn it.
I will rip the flesh from your skull with my bare hands.
Way to have some chill there. You have your skulls, and I have my souls. Will that not suffice for now? No, I'm coming over to beat that ass. So here's a weird question. Who is the most and who is the least edgy Dark Elf? The most edgy Dark Elf is honestly probably Malice Darkblade, maybe Shadowblade, the assassin special character. It's one of those two. They're both like, they're both silly. They're so levels of edge. Like they're trying a little too hard. But I would probably pick on them. As far as the least edgy Dark Elf. The least edgy Dark Elf. So probably the Dark Elf that, like, honestly doesn't. I know this is gonna sound silly because a lot of people associate him with being super edgy, but honestly, the Dark Elf who probably does not try that hard. He's really not super edgy, like, despite the fact a lot of people treat him, is probably Malekith. Malekith is like, Malekith does what he does in order to make sure that, like, he maintains power on the throne, and also making sure that he, like, keeps an eye on things and doesn't let anybody backstab him too efficiently. But ultimately, Malekith's not really there for the level of showmanship a lot of the Dark Elves are. And he's not, like, super into, like, super weird cults and all this other stuff. Malekith, like, genuinely despises most of the gods. And he's just kind of, like, trying to do his thing. What was the biggest... Oh, wait, I answered that. I did that. Speaking of Morathi, do I think we'll see a Cainite rebellion since Hellebron is alive in Age of Sigmar and Tyrion will come to the fold soon? I wouldn't bet on it.
Don't mind chat.
Like, Hellebron...
We're just discussing Elder Scrolls stuff. Hee hee, sorry.
Hey, y'all can do whatever you want as long as you're not, like, flaming each other or get into a slap fight. Ugh, this is a Nurgle fort. Got all these very... We'll see. tonguey. Tentacly. Gross. Oh, nothing a little fire, death, and destruction can't burn away. I love skull cannons! They're so eloquent. Yep, great point. Bleh. Looks like Vermintide stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, Vermintide does very heavily feature Nurgle stuff, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. Korn is like, did you ever think death metal screaming could be a language? Fun fact, it can. No, I want you all to go that way. Ugh. Mornfang cavalry? Chop them up! Oof.
Did you notice that the annual forest looks kind of like the Valentine? Now I'm wiping blood and thinking I'm
Joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hey, Seapreet, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Go cannons, let's move. Man, I love the new capture point system so much. It's so nice. Oh, these Noblars. Oh, the Noblars. Ah! Poor little guys. They're just trying to be all like cute with their little pot and pan hats, only to get crunched. I'm missing something. Oh, it's these nerds. Noblar trappers, huh? Activate the motorcycle! Chaos spawn, help out. I feel like goblins should consider anything that isn't their size to be large. That would be kind of an interesting rule. Be a little overpowered if they had any form of anti-large, though. Can you FPS the motorcycle? What? Who wins in a fight between Cetra and Grimgor? Probably Cetra. I would be genuinely surprised to see Grimgor beat Cetra, but Grimgor would definitely give him a good fight. Grimgor would not outright lose to anybody. He would put up a very good fight against anybody. I think the only exception to that would be like super tier wizards that like saw him coming. But like if you assume that Grimgor is like in an army, then he is probably just fine. And can get close to give anybody a good fight. If he's like just by himself and he's like running from across a field at a character, then there are definitely some like god tier wizard characters that could just be like squish and he would just die. But the thing about him that kind of makes him scary is that the vast majority of the time you're not gonna see Grimgor coming. That's often what's very spooky about him. Because he has a massive swarm of greenskins constantly around him who are there to give you a bad day.
I must eat, feed.
Yo, I want to be friends with Throt.
Bring good organ parts for me. Hmm?
Yo,
Ravenous. Are you a god?
dude, I am totally down being friends with Skaven as Skarbrand. You bring the rats, I bring the blood. Will we get Chaos Dwarfs later in Warhammer 3? Sparto, I am willing to... I'll do this. I'll do this. Anyone in chat that wants to do this, I welcome it. I welcome it. I will bet anyone in chat, like, $50, just because there's so many of you, that Chaos Dwarfs will be released within the first year. That's how sure I am. Because that would, like, instantly bankrupt me if I was wrong. But, yes, Chaos Dwarfs will be out in the first year. There's no way that they're not going to be out in the first year.
Skulls. I'll drink their blood. Hack and cleave. Skulls for the Skull Throne.
I will occupy this one. And then we'll burn the rest.
Moving.
Oh, nice. We control the Tower of Flies now. And for right now in the Tower of Flies, let's do Spread Corruption.
Wrath incarnate.
What do you think the chances of getting Karanak the Hound as a Legendary Lord or Legendary Hero? Legendary Lord, 0%. Legendary Hero, probably like a good 90% chance we'll get him. The Pleasure God has seduced one of your most favored demons to his wanton cause, convincing them that entwined flesh and anguished souls are worthier rewards than skulls and blood. There must come a reprisal. Mandatory castration? If your blood legion is rendered irreversibly immune to Slaneshi charms, they will surely prevail in the battle against the perfect prince's perfumed fiends. +8 leadership. Chastity through carnage. Storm every home and behead any being caught in an act of Congress. To be on the safe side, the same applies to those guilty of reading poetry, playing games of chance, or drinking fine wines. -4 Slanesh corruption. So we can either tell everyone no kill only, or we can just castrate everybody. We're gonna castrate everybody.
Murder.
Don't look at her, brother. Skulls are all that matter. Resist her wily feminine charms. Remember the skulls.
Praetarius cheered. X100. Greetings, O great slaughterer. Slay the slayer in Eshi. Morning Pt.2.
Where am I going? Bloodhaven? Yeah, Bloodhaven. Or I could go to Volcano's Heart. Yeah, let's go to Volcano's Heart to start. Darius, how you doing, dude? Thanks so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. What's my favorite Nurgle lore? I mean, my favorite story about Nurgle will... that's tough. Like, I deeply love the story of Kugoth Plaguefather, but I also deeply love the story of, Festus the Leech Lord. Like, picking between the two is kind of difficult. I think Festus the Leech Lord is a better overall story. I just like Kugoth, but Festus the Leech Lord is probably the best example of in my opinion, of a character that has fallen to Nurgle, and like properly explaining that and hearing like not only a good story, but a story that can make you go, oh yeah, like I could see how that would happen. So for those curious, I will tell it. Festus the Leech Lord was originally Dr. Festus, which was kind of a dangerous name. I'm not sure who named their kid Festus in the Empire, but somebody did. And Festus the Leech Lord...
The god bear roars
Un momento.
in pain. A death rattle felt across the dimensions. Its arcane energy rips across the mortal plane, creating rifts and scarring the world with gateways into the Chaos Realms. The Tome of Fate.
Yo, I'm Ascendant, the great game? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I'm Ascendant, which means I could use these. But I can't, because I don't have enough corruption worldwide yet. Damn it. But hey, that just shows how awesome I am. I'm in charge. But so Dr. Festus was exactly what he sounds like. He was a doctor. But not just any doctor. He was literally the most skilled doctor the Empire had ever seen. So he was a genius when it came to the arts of like curing the sick and finding way to like cure diseases.
Is sensation.
Yeah, whatever. However, while he was like the ultimate doctor and capable of like helping the sick and a lot of stuff, the thing about Dr. Festus is that he was very genuinely a very empathetic individual. He cared a lot about his patients. And for him, it wasn't good enough to just like, you know, be good at what he did. He wanted to be the best at what he did. And he genuinely wanted to help people. However, because he was constantly helping people and genuinely, like, you know, doing what he could to heal the sick and all that stuff, he actually ended up kind of pissing somebody off. And that somebody he kind of pissed off was Nurgle. Because Nurgle found Dr. Festus very irritating, because he basically was very dedicated to doing everything in his power to heal the sick and help people. Does it check for ascendancy every 10 turns? Yes. So Nurgle did not like that Dr. Festus was standing in his way. Dr. Festus was making it difficult for his beloved plague, for Nurgle's beloved plagues to spread as easily as they should. So, Nurgle kind of kept an eye on Dr. Festus and thought very carefully about how he could deal with him. And what Nurgle ends up doing is that Nurgle conjures this really, really nasty plague. Like just the most powerful, horrible, agonizing plague he can possibly think of. And after he creates it, he unleashes it on the Empire directly into the line of fire of Dr. Festus and the communities that he's a part of. So, with that now happening, Dr. Festus, of course, throws everything he has into stopping this new plague that's arrived, because this new plague is devastating. It's like hurting a lot of people. It's spreading very, very quickly, and it's just killing tons of people. So he's trying to find a way to deal with it. And despite all of Dr. Festus's efforts, using all of the wisdom he's acquired when it comes to healing the sick, he is ultimately really struggling dealing with this contagion. And he can't cure it because it's a very, very magical disease, to be frank. So Festus, with every single patient he loses, is falling deeper and deeper into despair. And he is losing this fight, and it's really, really getting to him. So finally, Dr. Festus literally just can't sleep anymore. He can't sleep, he can't rest, he can barely function because he is falling so deep into depression because of this horrible disease and the horrible way in which it kills people. And he finally finds himself kind of at the end of his rope. And Dr. Festus, at the end of his rope, is sitting alone in his care unit. Everybody in it is dead. He's surrounded by corpses that have been covered with white sheets of men, women, and children who have died to this plague. And Festus, in this moment of weakness, as he's just kind of sitting there weeping at his desk for all these people that he couldn't save, he calls out to anything that will listen and begs the gods for the knowledge on how to cure this plague, because he's so desperate. And in response, all of the corpses in the room with him start to move, and all of these people begin to sit up and start looking at him. And as they're looking at him, they're blaming him for not saving them. They're asking him, why couldn't you save us? And he's saying, I'm sorry, like, I tried everything. I did everything I could. I couldn't do, like, I don't know how to stop this disease. I don't know how to do it. And so all of these corpses are directly attacking him about how he failed them. And because of him, they all suffered these horrible, agonizing deaths. And once again, he's saying, if only I knew how to cure it, I could have saved you. I could have stopped this. So, the corpses say to him, what if we told you, or it says I, because it's a certain entity speaking. So the entity says, what if I could tell you how to cure every disease? Not just this disease, but every disease in existence. All you have to, I'll make you a deal. In exchange for your soul, I will give you the knowledge on how to cure every disease in existence. And Festus, in that moment of weakness, wanting to have the power to save all the people he couldn't save, or at least have the knowledge he would need in order to prevent it from happening again, says yes. And the moment he says yes, the last thing that he hears in that moment is laughter. A lot of laughter. Chortling, grandfatherly laughter as Nurgle gives him exactly what he promised, which is that he gives Festus the knowledge on how to cure every single disease in existence. Which, I don't know if you have thought about that for more than a few seconds. That is a horrific amount of knowledge. So Festus's mind is instantly broken and overwhelmed as Nurgle makes him aware of every single disease that's ever existed, all of its effects, everything it can do to you, and how to cure people all at once. And Festus screams as his mind is basically ripped asunder by all of this knowledge, until he basically just ends up starting to giggle a bit because his mind snaps. And as his mind breaks, so falls Dr. Festus, and so rises Festus the Leech Lord, who realizes how silly he's been all this time, how ridiculous and foolish and selfish he is. All this time, he's been preventing people from appreciating and embracing the grandfather's gifts, when really what he should have been doing is dedicating his brilliant mind to finding a way to further grandfather's gifts instead of eliminating them. And so is born Festus the Leech Lord, and a lot of bad things happen to a lot of good people. Ignore her. I want that capital. And that is my favorite Nurgle story, because I think it does a very good job encapsulating what makes Nurgle so scary, and like is a good representation of that, you know, ultimately he is the god of despair more than anything else, you know. Reddit knows everything. That's a very generous way to... I would say Reddit knows everything, whether or not it is true or accurate. Probably gonna lose this fight, but we can at least get a lot of skulls out of it. Pull back my skull cannon if I can. See if I can knock her out. Come on, leave the circle. It's kind of hilarious that you can have like duels between skull cannons and chariots. Turn and fire! Can I manually fire this thing? Oh my god, I can shoot it! Oh my god, that's awesome! So yes, you can manually control the skull cannons. Fire! Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good stuff right there. That chaos spawn. Ugh. Got him.
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X10. Now do a Tokyo Drift.
I'm being a terrible general, but that was fun, I'm not gonna lie. Did I at least win this little engagement? For what little it's worth? Yes, I did. Oh, these towers are jacking me up something fierce. Forgot about that feature? I think a lot of people do. It's a fun feature though. Capture that point for me. Slaanesh has really good towers. Like, those are the tier 1 towers, but they fire like a good number of shots. They'll do a ton of damage though. Does Nurgle like the Horned Rat? Nurgle has conflicting feelings about the Horned Rat. Like, the two of them, Nurgle definitely enjoys the fact that Skavens spread disease and contagion, and Nurgle has a strong affinity for rats, as does the Great Horned Rat for obvious reasons. So, like, there are a lot of things they agree on, but the reason they use plague and disease is enough to cause them like significant disagreements, because the methods they use are similar, but the end goal is very different. Nurgle very explicitly spreads plague as a beat within his desire to perpetuate the circle of his very unnatural look at life, because Nurgle's focus is that Nurgle is a very distorted nature god, in that he is obsessed with the cycle of life, death, decay, and rebirth. But he is much more interested in the death and decay part than anything else. And Nurgle loves all life, which includes the things that are like parasites and bacteria and all of just the the tiniest little things in life, which is very bad if you don't like being like eaten alive by disease and stuff. Whereas the Great Horned Rat doesn't care. The Great Horned Rat has zero interest in like continuing life or allowing it to continue or thrive or any of that. The Great Horned Rat despises anything that is not him. The Great Horned Rat's entire desire for the universe, his goal, is that the Great Horned Rat wants to use ruination and pestilence to break everything down and for everything to collapse and fall apart so that he inherits the earth. So that all that is left is ruination and death, with him lording over all of it. Nothing else matters as far as the Great Horned Rat is concerned. I want to go to the Realm of Chaos, because I want to go fight one of the Demon Princes. I need you to close this rift before it becomes a problem.
Seth! Join Legion!
Ooh, we've unlocked a new tree. Relentless Rage. Finally. Slaughterer's Pride gives all army a new army ability, Relentless Rage. Select a unit, and those entities cannot die while this is active. Perfect.
Khorne's army requires more might.
Are we degrading? We are degrading. Let's summon an army to fight that I can smash apart. That way my army gets more powerful instead of falling apart. Name a pack of flesh hounds. I will do that in just a minute. Who's the most wholesome and pure character in Warhammer Fantasy, and who's the most depraved and evil character? The most depraved character, in the sense that I think they are genuinely evil and there is nothing redeeming about them whatsoever. And if you like an embodiment of the meme of like you're in a room with that character, Hitler and Stalin, and you shoot that character 3 times, I'd say Nakari. Nakari is, in my opinion, the most purely evil bastard in Warhammer Fantasy. Because he is literally a character whose entire obsession is that he literally gets off on doing the most horrible, just disgusting, repulsive stuff you can imagine. Because it makes him happy. To put others through the most agonizing experiences beyond their imagination possible. Like, he is literally the embodiment of entities or people obsessed with doing terrible, terrible things. There is nothing redeeming or good about Nakari. He is just objectively evil. The most wholesome character, so like the character who is just like genuine pure good, Lewin Leyenkur, I'd have to say. I honestly think Lewin Leyenkur is like genuinely the most heroic hero. Like the only thing Lewin ever did in his life that I would say was bad, and we don't even know really the details behind it, was fathering Malobod. And we don't know what happened that caused that whole situation. Malobod just kind of like, we know that Malobod is an illegitimate son of Leyenkur's. So, you know, the guy had a moment of weakness and slept with somebody that he shouldn't have. But I don't think that makes him like evil. And he is genuinely the embodiment of like nobility, in the sense of being like a good person that tries to do the right thing. And he's not like a big schemer like a lot of other characters who tend to be lord level tend to be. Wouldn't it be hilarious if by having two like skull cannons shoot at each other, they were like refueling one another? Blood throw now. I don't know why it's taking so much damage, but go to safety, you silly goose. Well, I was gonna leave out my army to prevent them from taking more damage, but this is taking forever, so get in there. Hey, bro, just stay out of it. You're fine.
Yes, Axor's blessing.
Man, am I really going to lose my blood throne? That is super dumb. Oh, rip that. That's okay. We can always recruit a new one. Run them down.
The drinker of blood. Chaos Warriors.
So chat, there's something I'm a little bit curious about. Do y'all... So we know, undoubtedly, that there is some kind of mortal warrior chaos thing happening at some point in the down the line. That's going to be, you know, that's really going to allow us to get expansions to those armies, necessary expansions. But one thing that's been a pretty notable debate in a lot of aspects of the community, and I just kind of like to hear people's opinions on it, is for that seemingly inevitable update, are you someone that wants it to be the Warriors of Chaos getting a expansion, and as part of their expansion they gain access to monogod mechanics? So for instance, Valkia, if Valkia was put in the game, having her lead the Warriors of Chaos of Khorne. So they have a unique design. But they are fundamentally Warriors of Chaos. So when the Warriors of Chaos get a redesign, they use the Warriors of Chaos tech tree, they use the Warriors of Chaos buildings, they use the Warriors of Chaos diplomacy system and building system, but they have access to the monogod mechanics from Khorne. Or would you want them to be monogods with, like, so Valkia would be in the Skarbrand group, but she has so she uses Skarbrand buildings, Skarbrand tech tree, and Skarbrand diplomacy, but she has access to more warrior units. Which of those? Because you have to pick, like, it has to be one or the other. It's one of those two. Ultimately, I don't think it really matters. With the new system they very cleverly implemented for, like, recruiting units from other armies, because you'll be able to just, like, probably get diplomacy bonuses. And then if you're playing as Valk, because I'm curious what people think. And actually, if we have a mod here, I would love to see a poll just to organize it a little better. But I'm kind of reading the options. Because, like, I'll be frank, I would much prefer to have it... Okay, I'm going to put this guy on a Blood Throne, actually. Like, I know I personally would prefer... Well, I'll wait to see what I prefer. Are there any mods here? There might not be. Fangs out. For options, do say monogod or say warriors. Those are the two options. Also, chat, because we're going to be doing that vote, I'm going to choose what Chaos Realm we're going to, and I say we're going to Nurgle.
The realm of chaos, a place unbound. The constraints of the mortal dimensions have no effect here. Only the whims of the dark gods matter. Yet there are places where no ruinous power claims influence. In the Forge of Souls, Be'lakor lurks, and Ursun dies. Until we have the 4 Demon Prince souls, it will remain out of reach. The land of the Plague Lord. Be cautious where you step in this putrid domain. Nurgle's realm is a garden of bloated flora and fauna, desperate to spread their infected spores. And at its center lies the mansion of the Plague Lord, the great sagging edifice where Nurgle himself works to concoct his greatest poxes. Guarding the mansion's gates is the Gardener, the favored demon prince of Nurgle. Destroy him to claim his soul.
I spied the mansion and the one that lived within. And I decay. And I with it.
Someone, I can't wait for this game to come out because I really want some people to come in and like grab all those little voice lines that are being whispered, because there's you can get a different one every time you go into the same realm. I would love to see those all compiled, and also like them to study them to figure out what the hell's actually being said, because it's actually hard to hear.
Demon Knight. Unstoppable.
So, is Kolek... And so that's the thing, right? Is that there are multiple undivided characters. Like, Kolek Suneater is undivided. Archaon is undivided. Wulfric and Throg are also undivided, but they obviously got moved into Norske. There is a subtitle option. Yeah, I think I have subtitles on, but I don't think that part will show up in subtitles. Because I have subtitles on, I'm pretty sure. I just want to kind of go through chat real quick and read some of the things people are saying, because I'm kind of curious. So 50 people think that it should be Monogod, and 36 think it should be Warriors of Chaos. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Because I want to just see what some of chat's saying. Monogod mechanics. Okay, so Hammond says it should be Warriors of Chaos, but they get Monogod mechanics and access to lower tier demons. Brozgob said no, it's Valkia the Bloody. She should go to Khorne. The Zombie Queen says, I'd love to see Warriors of Chaos work like a mix of Beastmen from Total War Warhammer 2 and from what's been shown of Chaos Undivided in 3. Skarbrand says, why not both? I'll explain why not both in a minute. I feel like Warriors of Chaos with easier access to the related demons, says Hawkodley. Warriors of Chaos will get the Beastman mechanics. I can tell you that's not the case, because we can already see kind of where they're going with it in this game. And the Warriors of Chaos are gonna be not like the Beastmen. Valkio should go to Khorne, but if we got a Khornate Mortal who could lead Khorne with some shared mechanics... What? Valkia is a Khornate Mortal. Like, I don't know if people think that she's a demon. She's not a demon. Valkia has never been a demon. I realize she looks like a demon, but she's not a demon. She's never been a demon. Ever. Never in her existence. Even in Age of Sigmar, she's not a demon. She's a mortal. Warriors should purely be undivided. It should work like the Wood Elves when it comes to Tree Spirit and Elves. They have an easier time recruiting units of their own alignment, being mortal or demon. Sigvald should be in Slaanesh. They should do multiple characters per faction. Warriors should purely be undivided. Someone like Igiel Steersborn? There's no difference between Igiel Steersborn and Valkia the Bloody, though. Valkia's, like, listen, y'all might not like it, but Valkia's a Warrior of Chaos character, not a Demon of Chaos character. Would you like to... Here. You want to see a magic trick, chat? You want to see a magic trick? Watch this. Watch. Demons of Chaos. Summary. Lords. Bloodthirster. Demon Prince. Great Unclean One. Kairos Fate Weaver. Keeper of Secrets. Kugoth Plaguefather. Lord of Change. Skarbrand. Someone's missing. Oh, there's no Valkia. Oh, well, I guess she just wasn't playable in 8th edition. But, you know, just to be safe, we should probably double check. And maybe she's in this book. maybe she's in this book. Let me see just to be safe. Oh, Archaon, Chaos Lord, Chaos Sorcerer Lord, Demon Prince, Galroch, Colex Sun Eater, Sigval the Magnificent, Valkia the Bloody. Wow, look at that. Valkia the Bloody's in the Warrior of Chaos book. And that's something. She's not a demon. She's never been a demon. You gotta get over that. Like, if you think Valkia is a demon, you need to get off your personal bias horse and get with reality, kiddos. Even in Age of Sigmar, where like they've done a lot of adjustments, Valkia is still mortal. She still doesn't have demon rules. Now, I will say, I am definitely biased when it comes to the debate between where the characters go, because I'm just used to 8th edition, and I want the game to be based on 8th edition, where I want my Warriors of Chaos characters in the Warriors of Chaos, and I want my demon characters in the Demons of Chaos, period, in the story. Personally, I am thinking it seems likely that the characters are going to share a overall faction. So like you will see Valkia show up in the Khorne subgroup, but I hope that they still make them wildly different.
Like a duck.
Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Oh, looks like a duck barks like a duck.
How about I don't care? Valkia to Khorne, he belongs to her, or the other way around.
But she still would be Khorne. Like, she wouldn't be... So when I say Warriors of Chaos, I don't mean that you would open the game and you would go to, like, Warriors of Chaos and then select Valkia. I mean that you would have Warriors of Khorne, which is also kind of why it doesn't really matter, because you could do it both ways, right? You could have the Khornate faction, and when you click to choose a Khorne Legendary Lord, it then has them separated into, like, okay, if you play Skarbrand, he's focused on demons and has demon mechanics, and then if you select Valkia, she's warriors and has warrior mechanics, but they share Khornate mechanics. It doesn't matter, it's just where you put her. The only thing it will change is literally where she is in the start select screen, because even if Valkia is a Warriors of Chaos character, she's gonna have access to demon units, and even if she's a demons character, she's gonna have access to Warrior of Chaos units. My thing is that I would much rather have Valkia have access to the entire Warriors of Chaos roster, and then have Khorne demons supplement her roster, instead of her having access to the Khornate roster and then having to jump through hoops or supplement in the missing things from the Warrior of Chaos roster. You know, where I want Valkia able to use the things I would have seen Valkia use in tabletop, where she had chimeras and Mutilith Vortex Beasts and Chaos War Shrines. And I don't think they're gonna do that if they put her in the demons, or in the Mono God. But to me, Mono God is an AOS thing, not a fantasy thing. That's why I think I get so, like, rah about it. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as, because my thing is that I just need there to be a big difference between Warriors of Chaos and Demons of Chaos. I don't want them to be the same thing. I guess that's what I would say it as. I think I would be very disappointed if they released Valkia, put her in the Khornate roster, and were just like, hey, look, she has access to everything Skarbrand does, but now we've released her with all of the Warrior of Chaos units, so now when you play Skarbrand, you can just build a Warriors of Chaos army. I'd hate that. I would hate that so much. That would be, I would be genuinely upset if they did that.
Praise the Blood God!
Because that would just not be Warhammer Fantasy at that point. That would be just a totally different thing. Alright. By the way, I want to introduce y'all to a friend of mine. He's a really cool guy. This is the Maggot Lord. He's a good dude. I mean, look at him. Doesn't he just like embody friendliness? You can see he's a great dad. He's got a lot of like kids hanging out in his house. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. Highly recommend visiting him. Just don't let him cook you lunch. And then, and the fun thing is that he has a little lore tidbit here. You circle over the eye, and it tells you, Lawyer of the Maggot Lord. The Maggot Lord's catacombs are home to his countless flesh-hungry larvae. Should be noted, this is not Tarmakon. For anyone that's curious, this is not Tarmakon. This is the demonic creature.
X10. As long as it's fun and works for most of us, it's good.
That's true. That's true. As long as it's fun and it works, it's good. I agree. Hey, are y'all ready to punch Zarina Katerin in the butt? 'Cause I'm about to punch her in the butt so hard. Oh, I want Exalted, but they take 3 turns. I'll just take another regular unit. Actually, give me a unit of Furies so I can deal with cannons. I'm getting a little low on money.
God's chosen. Legion moving.
What? How is this a valiant defeat? I call bullshit. Isn't the Great Horned Rat here in the lair of the 13th Lord? I don't know. We'll take a look. I know Salaxi has almost killed Skarbrand twice in Age of Sigmar. What notable characters do you think they could outduel or bring to a standstill in fantasy? Well, I mean, Skarbrand ultimately is a fantasy character, first and foremost. But as to, like, who do I think Salaxi could take on that would have been, like, a really, really cool fight? Krokar would definitely have been a really good fight. Grumgor Ironhide, I think, would have been awesome to see throw down with Salaxi Hellbane. Grease's Goldtooth. Salaxi is like an S-tier duelist. And easily able to go toe-to-toe with, like, all of the biggest, baddest characters in Warhammer Fantasy, bar none.
Slay! I go!
Durthu? Oh yeah, definitely Durthu. There's a different. Is there a difference in the main building and the main cities for Khorne? Yeah, Khorne can build like, and this is why I do agree that I think they're going to do Valkia and make her when they add in Mortals of Khorne as like a lord choice. Hopefully with Valkia being the first of them, they're probably going to put her in the Khornate faction. Is that with Khorne, it's a lot more obvious than the other factions because Khorne's cities, the capital, the major settlements, you can build it as a demon portal or you can build it as a mortal fortress. I don't know why Khorne's the only one that can do that. I need to check Zinch, but I'm pretty sure Khorne's the only one that does that. I know Nurgle doesn't do that. I've messed around with Nurgle a fair bit. Not that way. That's what Slanesh is for. But, yeah.
Vatarius cheered. X10. This location of interest mechanic is so awesome. Learning more lore while playing.
Oh yeah, no, they did a really good job with the two Vatarius. Like, I can't show them all to you because some of them are really, really cool, but I just have to be better safe than sorry, and I don't know if they're hinting at something. But a lot of those portals, whenever you see an eyeball on the campaign map, always hover over it, because the eyeball will tell you some lore, which is really cool. Okay, now let's...
Chaos Warriors! Rip and tear!
Yeah, I was like, what do I do? I'm being attacked from every angle. All right, doggos, you're up. Things like Chaos Warhounds getting a big rear charge is actually surprisingly good against demons because they have 0 armor. All they got going for them is physical resistance. Like, they'll still get their asses kicked, obviously, but they'll also get, like, a pretty good beating. They'll also get a pretty good amount of wailing in. Here, doggies. There's a fleeing unit of Chaos Warriors you can feast on. Hades, Death God. You're about to learn a valuable lesson about sitting down when told to sit down, son. In the rules, pure tabletop rules as written, page 113, Valkia the Bloody, keywords, Chaos, Mortal, Khorne, Bloodbound, Valkia the Bloody. Valkia is not a demon. Valkia does not have the demonic keyword. Valkia cannot be affected by demonic rules. Valkia cannot be enjoyed by anything that affects demons. Whereas if I go to, I don't know, it's just a nickname, Hades. She's not a demon. She's not a demon. She's never been a demon. She never will be a demon. You can call her the Demon Queen all you want. That doesn't mean she's a demon. If she was a demon, she'd have the demon keyword. But she doesn't have the demon keyword. And you'll also notice that they're even carefully organized the book so that you do demons first. So you got, oh look, there's Skarbrand, Bloodthirster, 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 Skull Taker, Karanak. Oh, it's like all the demons are in the same section together. Fleshhounds, Skullmaster, Bloodmaster, Bloodletters, Blood Crushers, Blood Thrones, Skull Cannon. Oh wait, now we're in the mortal section. We're in the mortal section. Korgus Cool, Scar Bloodwrath, and who's this? Who's this? Oh, it's Valkia. Oh man, she's in the mortal section. I guess that means she's immortal. I'm mad about it. I fully grant to you she has the Demon Queen as a nickname, but she's not a demon. She never has been. She can die. Khorne has brought her back from the dead twice. Just because Khorne keeps like cheating and bringing Valkia back from the dead, Valkia does not regenerate like a demon does. Valkia does not go to the Forge of Souls. Every time she has died, she's died 2 times. The first time she died, Khorne literally got so angry about it that he screamed her back to life and then remade her broken body into an image more pleasing to him. And that's how we got Valkia the Bloody in fantasy. Then she dies in the end times, and Khorne resurrects her again. Who killed her? In fantasy, Valkia was killed by Ludwig Schwarzhelm, which was easily one of the most badass moments in that book, I might add. Ludwig, for just like an old man, Ludwig went out like a boss. Like, he dies too. Valkia, he kamikazes her. Like, if you want, don't get me wrong. You are totally within your right to argue as much as you want. And I'll even agree with you that Valkia probably should be a demon in AOS. But she isn't one. Like, you can argue all you want that she should be one, and that's totally fair, but don't come in here and say that she is one. I'm not gonna let that fly. I'm not gonna let that fly, because that's wrong. That's not gonna be okay in this house. Now, if you want to say, I think she should be one, okay, that's fair. If you have a literal god to resurrect you, you are immortal. That's not how that works. Not in fantasy. Regular demons don't need a god's help. If a demon dies, their physical form is destroyed and they just start remaking themselves. They have a whole process they go to come back to life. Especially in fantasy. You go to the Forge of Souls and, well, if you get in trouble, you go to the Forge of Souls. But demons don't need any help. When Valkia dies, she's fucking dead, dude. She's dead. Unless Khorne personally gets involved and brings her back. That's why when Valkia shows up during the Realmgate saga in Age of Sigmar, so there's a big war in AOS called the Realmgate Wars, which was basically first edition, and Valkia shows up and plays a role in it. Valkia, like, there's a lot of people that die in this really big fight, but they very explicitly make sure not to kill Valkia, because if Valkia were to die during that fight, then she would be fucking dead. She always ends up either winning or getting away, because they don't want to kill her off. Tactical Sign, good to see you. And for anyone in chat, I just want to make it clear, I love Hades, and Hades knows that. Please don't think that I'm like trying to just like rip him a new butt or like throw him into the bottom of the deepest, darkest pit. Like, he's okay. Don't you have a way to global your global recruitment further? I can, but it's up here. I have to be at Bloodletting, which I am currently not. Come here, Katerin. I just want to give you my love by bearing this axe in your face. It's the most romantic gesture in the world. Oh, so I should tell y'all how Nurgle's Realm works. So this is Nurgle's Realm, by the way. This is Nurgle's Manse. Nurgle's mansion is super nasty and gross, and it's got like a cool bell on it, lots of tentacles and stuff. But anyway, the way Nurgle's Realm works is you will be dropped off in one of these corners. So you'll either come out here, 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 or here through these rifts. And wherever you come out, in Nurgle's Realm, you are permanently under attrition. So you are under permanent attrition, and there's not really a lot you can do about it. There are certain stances you can do that will protect you, but obviously they're going to slow you down. And basically the way it works is that you are going to stay under attrition until you find the cure. So and you cannot beat Nurgle's Realm without the cure. So you need to fight your way to one of these various icons that showed up. So you'll notice the Maggot Lord. I went to the lair of the Maggot Lord because whenever you go to one of these shiny symbols where one of these eyeballs will be, if you go into this light, you will be healed to full health no matter what. However, one of these lights is the most important one, and for me it's this one. And once you gain this light, it will give you immunity, which will allow you to then go to Nurgle's mansion and fight the quest battle. Just to show off like the little things that are around here. So obviously we checked out the lair of the Maggot Lord. This is the Septic Isle. So the Septic Isle is this giant like ribbed butthole with the tongue coming out of it. And it says, beware, for setting foot on this island will see you cast with the most virulent of poxes. So, you know, you don't want to go here.
Storm of magic hype.
Oh yeah, we'll get some storms of magic. Over here, this is my favorite one because it has a lot of really cool lore implications. So you see this giant skull here that's got the pulsating diseased brain? This is Argus the Plague Moon. The most disgusting of Nurgle's diseases rests on Argus, the lost Sky Titan's skull. So remember how all you guys asked me, well, how big is a Sky Titan? That's its skull. That's how big these fuckers were. big is your answer. Really big. There's a Sky Titan for you. How do the ogres beat that? Numbers. Mainly. Magic help too. And then the last one is the Great Tree. The Great Tree spreads across the realm of chaos through its roots and tendrils, and it also spreads disease into many vectors of the realm of chaos. And this is what it looks like. It's basically, if you play Age of Sigmar, it's basically a Nurgle rot tree on cocaine. So those are the special sites that you have to go to, one of which will have the cure for your disease. So yeah, someone was asking about earlier, here are the corn buildings. So you can either build a Soul Keep, which goes all the way up to a Chaos Dreadhold. So this is a Chaos Warrior building, functionally. Or you can go up the Demon Train, which gives you a Dimensional Cascade as the final building. And they have slightly different effects. The Cornate building is better if you want Chaos Corruption. And it's also better in that it makes infrastructure cheaper. But the building for the demons is better if you want military buildings. Which actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to switch to the warrior building for this area because I'd actually prefer the infrastructure instead of military upgrades. We are running low on money.
Cultist of the Blood God.
No, Katarine, come back. I love you. Any interesting stories about Clan Scurvy outside of the Dreadfleet Submersible? Not a lot. Probably the best story I can think of for... Oh, Katarine got a disease for fighting all of those Nurgle armies. That's a bummer. Probably the coolest thing about Clan Scurvy is that, they're a very ramshackle group. Clan Scurvy I often tend to find pretty hilarious because, like, they sound really cool, right? When you're like, oh man, they're the clan in charge of all of the fleets. Like, they're the fleet clan. They're in charge of the greatest and mightiest war fleets of the Skaven. Sounds cool. Oh, that son of a bitch. Kairos Fateweaver stole my settlement and gave it to somebody else. That bitch? Kairos? There's gonna be vengeance? I swear to God. Damn it, man, I was busy. I don't have time for all your bullshit. Oh my God, Kairos. You little shit. There will be vengeance.
Fight for Blood God.
Alright, let's grab some more. Let's get some dual weapon Chaos Warriors. Oh, I can't believe he did that. How's the upkeep situation in this game? I have found most of the armies, there are pretty good ways to get your settlements to make plenty of money. It can be a little difficult with Khorne. Khorne has the worst economy that I've experienced so far. Khorne has a pretty brutal economy. However, Khorne can get loads of money through just fighting. Khorne gets like the best money from fighting. But anyway, yeah, the most hilarious thing about the Clan Scurvy is, like, yes, they are the greatest fleet clan of the Skaven. But Skaven fleet, calling a Skaven collection of ships a fleet is so painfully generous that it's not even funny. Storm of... Oh, that's beautiful. So the lore of metal is ascendant, which means my army... now all is going to have 22% missile resistance and 20 extra armor that we would not have had And Katarin's army is almost all shooting units. Oh, baby. Don't mind if I do. I will tell you that Clan Scurvy does have a nightmare opponent. The thing that Clan Scurvy fears most than anything else in the universe is just flat out High Elves. Clan Scurvy is terrified of High Elves. Most notably because they tried to assist with an invasion of Ulthuan. It didn't go well. It did not go well. One might say it was a huge mistake. Good, he's on a big old blood shrine now. Oh, the blood shrine actually looks way cooler with the exalted on it. Because he doesn't have like the goofy little book podium. He's just there to like kick ass and take names. How much of effect do the Winds of Magic have on my demons in the material realm? What do you mean? Like in game? Like it's helpful to have good Winds of Magic because you get like buffs. Are there any cavalry? Yes, there are. Hey, you want to see a magic trick that Skarbrand can do? He can burp real good. Real good.
Eradicate them.
I think the tree kind of blocked it. It's okay, Skull Ganon's got me covered. Here, Katarin. Also, everyone that gets in range of me, have fun raging. Oh, you dead? Oh, hello, kitty cat. Okay, bye.
Lords of Chaos.
Well. How are they still fighting me? Oh, it's the Ice Guard, that's why.
Blood. Skulls. Slaughter.
Wow, gotta hand it to the Ice Guard. They are like fighting to the bitter end. And they're not unbreakable, they're just like dedicated, I guess. CS, good to see you. Lore fact about me when I started getting interested in Warhammer. The simplest but yet best lore fact I could give you about when I was getting into Warhammer Fantasy was that when I was really little, I really by the time I got into Warhammer, so I was 10 years old, I really wanted, when I was introduced to Warhammer, I was like, oh my god, I love dragons. Dragons were the big thing with me. And they were like, oh, well, because my parents took me into a Games Workshop, and were like, hey, like, we want you to, like, if you're interested, we'd love for you to, like, play this game, because, like, we think you'd like it a lot. And I was like, yeah, sure. So, oh, I got a damn it! Katarin gave me a disease! Katarin, how could you? I thought we were friends. So the guy at the store was like, well, what do you like? Like, what's your like favorite thing? Like, what would you want to play with if you could pick any fantasy creature you could think of? And I was like, oh, dragons. Like, I love dragons. Dragons are great. Because, I was 10 years old. Not, I still think dragons are great, but I thought they were even greater back then. So I was like, oh yeah, dragons.
Cultist of the Blood God.
So he was like, all right, cool. So if you like dragons, like, we have this faction over here that's like really big on dragons. They're called, like, we have all these elves that ride dragons. And I did not realize how much of a meme this would become until I was much, much older. But even at that young, tender age, I looked at the elves and went, ew. Like, I don't want elves. Like, I just want the dragon. I don't want the elf part. Can I just have the dragon? They were like, okay. So you don't like elves. All right, cool. Well, how do you feel about dinosaurs? They're kind of like dragons. I was like, oh, I love dinosaurs. Being like most children, my first love was dinosaurs, and then once I learned dragons were a thing, they were basically just bigger, cooler dinosaurs that could breathe fire and fly. But not that obviously some dinosaurs could fly, but dinosaurs, to my knowledge, did not breathe fire. So I fell in love with. So they were like, well, if you like dinosaurs, do you like the T-Rex? I'm like, yeah, I love the T-Rex. And they're like, how would you like a T-Rex riding on a bigger T-Rex? And I was like my 10-year-old brain was blown. Like, how could this be possible? How can you have a T-Rex riding on another T-Rex? And so he showed me a Krokkar model, the Krokkar model back then, which was fairly new, and was like, what do you think of this guy? And I was like, must have. Just that is how I fell in love with the Lizardmen. T-Rex riding on a T-Rex. All there is to it.
Exalted murder!
Nakari's in the Rome Nurgle? Yeah, I saw him. It's okay. I think we are ahead of him at the moment, so we're just gonna ignore him. I would like to get in a fight this turn, actually. So let's get in a fight. And you know what fight we're gonna get in, chat?
I feel nothing but fury.
I want my axes. Wait, what's the story for this? Skarbrand's patient, such as it is wearing thin. The plan was to await the encroaching Nurgle horde, and then for the 3 Khornate forces to slaughter them in glorious carnage before the brazen altar. Plans? What weakness. The farmer plans for the harvest. The maiden plans her wedding. Skarbrand does not scheme, but uses plans when there is rage and slaughter. The wrathful Reaper clashes his axes together and glares at the bloodthirsters in command of the other Khornate forces. This is their blasphemous folly, this planning and waiting. If Nurgle won't oblige, then Khorne will yet have his due. Blood for the Blood God. So basically, I like how it's basically his team's like, yo, we should like wait and then team up against Nurgle. And he's like, or I could just kill everyone. Brother 3D, is the Great Horned Rat an aspect of Nurgle? No, he is a separate deity. The Great Horned Rat's deepest, like, most genuine form is the god of ruination. Or the god of ruin. He's a very specific. He evolved to also become the god of pestilence, which I know doesn't sound different than Nurgle, but it technically is. I kind of explained it earlier, but Nurgle is a god that represents the cycle, that, like, the cycle of life, the circle of life from the Lion King, but like horribly perverted into something where it just is like grotesque and grows endlessly with like the life forms becoming just more horrible and deadly and dangerous, without restraint. The Great Horned Rat is a straight line, not a circle. It's just everything falling apart to complete utter death and just ruination, death, and just until there's nothing but a rat devouring the remains of everything that used to be. And the Great Horned Rat has his own realm. There's the realm of ruin, which is somewhere in the realm of chaos, and that is where the Great Horned Rat resides, as well as the Vermin Lords. He has his own little niche. Mornington Crescent, Deathfront, good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Enjoy the movie.
I am the Spine Crusher, the Skull Taker, the Blood Quencher.
Watch out for the tentacle.
I am violence. I am war. I am wrath. I am rage incarnate. I am Skarbrand, the Unforgiven.
Are they coming to me, or am I going to them? I guess I'm going to them.
For chaos!
Warriors, take us in.
Onward, Northmen!
Isn't this thing cool? It makes noises. Can you speedrun the game in 50 turns to get Bellacord? No, it's actually impossible. Because you have to go into the Chaos Realm 4 times at minimum to unlock the Bellacord fight stuff. You have to beat the campaign to get Bellacord and to deal with him. Rude?
Spread corruption! The wrathful Reaper!
Oh, he came to me. What a nice boy.
The Blood Fury! It serves chaos!
Okay, that's kind of a lot of bloodthirsters. Like, Skarbrand's good, but that's a lot of bloodthirsters.
The exile of one! For Corn!
Yo, Corn, come over here for a hot second.
Skarbrand!
Oh, whatever, dude. Just... Skarbrand just dies. Hold on. I think I need to rematch that. I didn't realize the AI was just gonna cheese me. That's actually really funny. Oh, that cracked me up. Oh, I missed this last time. The twin demonic axes, Slaughter and Carnage, must be fed before the brazen altar restore them to their former luster and power. After much cautious brokering, an alliance has been formed with two of Skarbrand's brother bloodthirsters who have summoned their hosts ready to fight. A Nurgle horde has been lured towards the altar, fitting sacrifice, and yet well, okay, never mind.
I am the Spine Crusher, the Skull Taker.
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
For the Dark Gods.
Actually, since y'all are already on this side, we'll just go this way. What are y'all even shooting at? Are Skarbrand axes better or worse than the chainsword? I don't know. I think the chainsword's like... Khorne has 4 artifacts in his zone that you can get. Or at least 4. It actually might be more than 4. And those artifacts are like way better than like anything else you're gonna find in the game. I think with the exception of the Sword of Slaanesh. I think the Sword of Slaanesh may be better. But they're like obscenely good. I wish I could fly.
Yes! Thor wills it! Blood, skulls, slaughter! Hordes of chaos!
Bro, get out of there. Come on.
Skarbrand! I'm battle! Move out! My duty!
I gotta hand you the AI. It does a very good job of having a very one-track focus. And just like going after certain things.
The wrathful reaper! Skulls!
Like it once those skull cannons dead.
The blood fury! Yes! Fall back!
Alright, so that's another bloodthirster down.
So be it! Followers of chaos! Most brutal bloodthirster! For Khorne! I must!
I gotta find Nurgle. Oh, he's got like actual skull crushers on jelly.
Bloodshed!
Oh, there's Nurgle. Oh, Octocraft went into the realm of chaos. Hope he's okay. I actually really like the Minotaurs of Khorne. The Cornitars. That Soul Grinder's gotta go, dude. That's a lot of Nurgle.
Armies of the Dark Gods. For chaos. Chaos Warriors of Khorne.
Chris.
Axefather's blessing will mutilate. The exiled one. Chaos Warriors of Khorne.
Oh, those are skull crushers. Whatever. If you die, you die. Come on, Skarbrand, get him. I love that they put in matched combat animations for all the greater demons. That's so good. Like, I've seen matched animations for Bloodthirsters and Demons of Slaanesh. We've got matched animations for Nurgle and Khorne. Like, they did a great job with all that. Oh, I'm losing. Huh. Well, we'll rematch this one more. This may have been a little ambitious. It seems like my army might be a little underpowered for this. I need to lure the first. I need to lure the Khornate armies down. I think I could just shoot them and they'll come to me. Random lore fact about Valkia the Gorst. Super Ego, are you asking about... Who are you asking about? Because that is... Gorst is a character, Helman Gorst, and Valkia is a character, Valkia the Bloody, but there is no Valkia the Gorst. What was the biggest mistake of Warhammer? In canon? The auto-resolve said decisive defeat. Oh, I didn't read it. I can't read, chat. I don't know if y'all know that. Okay. I will win through perseverance, because that's all this game is really about. If you have the heart of the cards, you can actually win the game. They don't tell you that because they don't want you to know that, because it lets you choose multiplayer a little too hard. But if you believe in the heart of the cards, you can actually cheese the game. That's how Legend does it. Like, you think it's because of, like, good gameplay and, like, learning how the AI works and exploiting its weaknesses. It's not, actually. It's the power of friendship.
Darkness,
All else fails, just corner camp? Yeah, that's kind of our fallback. What if you don't own cars because you're poor? Well, I guess you don't have a heart then. Come on, guys. Gotta be a little more accurate. Strike 2. Well, I guess you technically hit.
Warriors of Queek!
Furies, why are y'all fighting? Whatever.
Most brutal bloodletter! Stole your blessings! The skulls! Blood! For chaos! Blood! Skulls! Slaughter! Rage! Glory leads us on! Barbarians! Most brutal bloodthirster! Yes! Advantageous! Followers of chaos!
Alright, I got this. Go.
Skarbrand! Chaos Warriors! They die!
I need a unit of flesh hounds. I don't know where they're going, but I guess whatever. I'm not gonna argue. Hey, if he's gonna be dumb, let's take advantage of it. I wonder if the Nurgles are everyone's enemy or just my enemy. I guess we'll find out.
The exiled one! Yes! Seeking victory.
Oop, Bloodhound, run away.
Skarbrand. Chaos Warriors of Tor. Skarbrand. Chaos Warriors of Tor. Hordes of Chaos.
Watch your rear. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. If we're lucky, we can get all the like plague drones and stuff to engage too early. Oh, look out.
Father's blessing. Blood, skulls, slaughter. Chaos commands. Forces. Towards war. Blood fury. I'm battle.
It's pretty tricky. Wasn't expecting the AI to essentially run away from me.
Savage duty.
I was hoping that would hold up the.
Yes.
Chase them off. Chase them off.
Skarbrand. For corn.
Come on, Skarbrand. Go, 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 go.
My duty. The gods ask. For corn.
We need to make sure we chase off any fleeing parts. Bro, what are you doing? I told you to chase them. Come on, man.
I am corn's wrath. Skulls.
Good grief.
A drinker of blood. Seize to darkness.
Here, chariots.
Eviscerate them. Blood, skulls, slaughter, rage. Most brutal bloodthirster. Aversion. Seeking victims. A wrathful reaper.
Alright, let's get reorganized here.
Army of the Dark Gods. Onward, Northmen. Chaos Warriors. Northmen, retreat. For the Dark Gods. Yes, a strong plan. The exiled one. Strength of skulls. Yes, blood on earth.
Soul Grinder's at Vamo. Skarbrand looks like he's winning. Come on, Skarbrand, get him! Yeah, good hit. Alright, Great Unclean One is down. I got a Soul Grinder to kill.
Annihilate them! Hellblade burn! Chaos Warriors! Blood Reaper!
Victory! Oh, that was brutal. That was a way harder fight than I was expecting. Skarbrand's carrying the army? Yeah, he was. Well, we took a lot of casualties, but luckily Skarbrand specializes in summoning lots of reinforcements, so... Can I do the next battle? Yes. Because I'll be able to have a 20 stack by the time we get to the last battle. Probably the biggest mistake in Warhammer... I'll tell you my favorite mistake. My favorite mistake that anyone ever did in Warhammer was when Igrim von Horseman was trying to be all smartsy. And he... oh, look at that money, though, chat. Igrim von Horseman was trying to be a clever little shit. And he essentially... he tried to create a new breed of magical trolls. But, of course... that was very, very stupid of him. Because he technically succeeded, but the trolls ended up going berserk and devouring most of his sorceress cabal, and were vomiting pure magic at people, and ended up, like, he got away, but, like, the rest of his, like, little minions and stuff all basically got ate. Plus 10 charge bonus? Ooh, plus 5 speed. Yeah, give me that.
Intensify my blood rage.
There was also the time that there was a necromancer by the name of Hela Halfdead who led a giant horde of zombies into Troll Country because she wanted to go to war with Kislev and basically conquer them. But she didn't use very good critical thinking skills, because basically what she functionally did was lead a gigantic army of Meals on Wheels into that realm, which caught the attention of Throg the Troll King, who led his horde to attack her, and they ate all her stuff, including her. She got ate by Throg. Not a great plan. What ancillaries do I have? Oh, I have a bunch of ancillaries. Holy shit, I have a ton of ancillaries. Corne Mutant? Get rid of that. Give me the Skull Totem. Oh, Perfect Vigor? Dude, I could have had Perfect Vigor on Skarbrand this entire time. Damn. Drill Master, Gleaming Pennant. That's dumb. What else I got? Agent of Blood, plus 7% movement. Yeah, boy. Okay, that's good. I like that I have like a billion Drill Masters.
Yes, glorious slaughter.
Why does Skarbrand have one blue eye? I don't recall there being any lore why Skarbrand has different colored eyes. Oh, there's the Brazen Altar. So you can see there are a lot of places on the campaign map that not only look super cool, but they have these little eyeballs. Dedicated to the Blood God, the Brazen Altar is the lair of the dread fleshhound Simargul, one of Khorne's favored pets. Not his absolute favorite pet, because that's obviously Karanak.
Herald of Khorne. March faster, faster.
Karanak is literally so beloved by Khorne that he gets to sit. He gets to sit at the bottom of Khorne's throne.
My rituals
and gets to chew on the skulls of the unworthy that Khorne tosses to him as a treat.
The wrathful Reaper.
I could attack this army like immediately.
Not touch, Noggle, Herald.
And if I do that, it would allow me to slip by him.
The drinker of blood.
But if I stay in this stance, I can at least heal for a second.
Serve Khorne or suffer.
Let's attack him.
Skulls.
Haha. The game's like, bro, that looks kind of hard, doesn't it? And I'm like, haha. Watch what I'm gonna do though. What do I think about being able to take Nagash in all death armies? Oh, think I'll test him out for Nighthaunt? I really want to take Nagash in Nighthaunt, but I don't have a Nagash mini, and it's an expensive mini. It's also very hard to make. Also, I think I refuse to paint a Nagash mini. I think I'll pay someone else to do it for me, but I definitely intend on getting one. And he should be available for every army. Yeah, he's the Death God. Come on. Alright, so what we're functionally going to do here is I'm going to put Skarbrand in this nasty-ass swamp, because this is going to debuff any, like, small things that come after me, and I'm just going to let Skarbrand kill everything. With minor support. Like, we're basically going to get Skarbrand to catch everything's attention, and then I'm going to have the rest of my army plow into what's left.
Your God asks for Khorne. Eradicate.
You're first, Toads! The Toads are like, oh shit, dude!
Yes. Father's blessing. Blood River. Done for Khorne.
far, so good. The Skarbrand does regenerate as long as he's in melee right now. So if we can keep him fighting stuff that's not good at fighting, he'll do great. We just gotta watch out for like the beasts of Nurgle. They can be a little problematic. Yeah, all of y'all fall back. We don't want to make it too easy for him. Yeah, come on. Come on, come on. Follow me. You're next on the chopping block! Alright, y'all can engage. His army's split up enough we can start picking it apart. Yeah, Skarbrand's over half health now. Alright, Bloodletters, run some interference, please. Honestly, the Nurgling unit, Nurglings are probably one of the most technically impressive new units in the game, because it's like a genuine swarm unit that they somehow made usable, which is shockingly impressive, in my opinion. Okay, let's fall back to Skarbrand a little bit, get the blood thrown out of there. Fall back. Leave the expendable stuff. Because now I can turn around and do this. Bellow of Rage! Ooh, plus 25% melee attack? What's my melee attack right now? 108? That was rude. Okay, they're distracted. Charge! Because, like, you would expect the Nurglings to have more mass, because they tend to, like, group up, but they don't. They fly around super easily, which is great. 153 melee attack! Oh, there's their general. Like, I would love so much to see the other swarm units get added in to Total War Warhammer 3. Like, give me my rat swarms, or giant rats at least, and my jungle swarms for the lizardmen, or serpent swarms, or scarab swarms and stuff. Like, they can totally do it with this new system that they created. It's very clever. Hey, don't go into the swamp. Get out of the swamp. Y'all are bad at fighting in the swamp. Oh, never mind. They're all falling apart. Yeah, Mortal Empires is going to be a hot while, guys. Just because of, like, the sheer amount of new systems. Alright, and we're gonna run these guys down to maximize our kills, and to also let Skarbrand get as much healing as he can. I've heard how it works out in 40k, but how do greenskins and chaos work out in fantasy? They hate each other and they stand on opposite ends of a very large spectrum. Or that greenskins like to fight and slaughter purely for the joy of it, but they don't have any ulterior motives, and they also don't care at all for like a grander plan. For them, they just do it because it's fun. Chaos finds that very obnoxious. Chaos is always about kind of the greater plan, or like killing and slaughter and massacre and corruption. For greenskins, like especially for orcs, beating somebody that's already beat isn't fun. They want to fight someone that's going to give them a good fight. Goblins are a little different. Goblins are a little more sadistic and batshit crazy. And they like to play with their food, so to speak. Ah, that's very nice. Okay. Good job, Skarbrand. Oh, fueled by rage! If my hit points are less than 50%, I get damage buffs. Do Mono God Chaos need all 4 souls? Yes. Even if you're playing a Skarbrand, you still need to go to the Realm of Khorne and get the Khornate soul. That has not changed. Is there anybody else in this realm? Nikari's here, so I can't waste a ton of time. But I can get some really sexy warrior mortal units in a single turn of recruitment. That's nice. That is the nice thing about the mortals, is that they only take a single turn. Where is my cultist?
Cultist of the Blood God!
That was a long turn, wasn't it? What's Katarina's defeat trait? Oh yeah, I guess we do have that, don't we? Let's see, I answered that. Lore about soul grinders. Soul grinders are actually surprisingly straightforward. Basically what a soul grinder is, it is a demon that for whatever reason went to the mortal realm and was destroyed. So it had its physical form you know, torn to pieces or blown apart or what have you. And because of that, it has been banished to the Forge of Souls, where it will need time to basically, you know, put itself back together. However, a option to them is that if they want to go back to the mortal realm now, for whatever reason, maybe they there's like an enemy that killed them and they want revenge, or maybe they want to they just like don't want to suffer the indignity of dealing with their god after they failed, whatever it may be. Immunity is gained, so the path to the Plague Lord's mansion is clear. Whatever it may be, you know, they want to get out of the realm. They want to get out of the Chaos realm and get back to smashing and bashing and killing and slaying as fast as they can and get back to the mortal realm. What they can do is they can offer up their true name to the Forge of Souls. And by offering up their true name to the Forge of Souls, the Forge of Souls will basically form a pact with them. And I think it's called something like the Pact of Metal or something like that. But basically, they will, through this pact, they will be able to return to the mortal realm immediately because their body is reformed, but it is reformed through the machinery of the soul, the Forge of Souls, which is why soul grinders have that freakish metallic design instead of, like, you know, a normal design. It is because of that whole situation. And that's also why they are themed after a specific god, is because it has to be a powerful enough demon that they are god aligned. But they will be given the ability to, you know, go back to the mortal realm and do whatever it is they want to do. What's a true name? All demons have true names. And a true name is exactly what it sounds like. It is the 100% genuine true name of the demon. A creature or entity, and this is specific to demons, in that they have these names represent their essence. So, like, if you learn a demon's true name, then you wield the very nature of their existence, like their true core existence. So if you learn a demon's true name, you own them. And you can basically bend them to your will, and make them do whatever it is you wish. Oh, did we unlock a new unholy manifestation? Yo, dude, that's awesome! We unlocked the Call of Battle. That's so cool.
The Bloodlord!
Don't screw this up.
It will be a savage wound.
Okay, you can fail, just don't critically fail. That's where I get upsetty spaghetti. So if you learn a Chaos God's true name, you can make them do whatever you want. I've never heard of the idea of a Chaos God having a true name. I suppose it's possible.
X10. Problem is that some demon names are pages long.
Well, most demon names are a very select. All demons follow a name convention.
X10. What did Dahenor and say when he time traveled up to the year 40k? That's so tech.
That's so tech. Depending on what kind of demon it is, it has a very specific amount of syllables in its name. Demons in at least fantasy do not have infinitely long names. That's not how they work. Depending on what kind of demon, like a Slanesh, Nurgle, Khorne, or what have you, they will have a very specific amount of syllables to their name. Perfect Vigor, Lore of Life. Well, Skarbrand, here he goes killing again.
Followers of chaos.
But hey, now we've got some new units to check out, chat.
Barbarians.
We have Warriors of Core. Why is my camera going up? Oh, it's because of those tentacles. So we've got the Twin Axe Infantry. And then we've got Halberd Infantry. Finally, we've got some freaking anti-large in this army. Good grief. Been waiting for like 1,000 years for anti-large. Is it 8 syllables for Khorne? I believe so, yes. I'd have to double check. There's a book I've got lying around somewhere that goes into depth about it. The demon's name in Swords of the Emperor was pretty long. Well, I'd have to double check how long Slanesh names are. I mean, they some of them can be pretty long. I don't remember what demon it is, but I think if memory serves, there is a god type. There is a demon type that has like 13 or 17 syllables or something. Like it's not just the god's favorite number. There can be for some of them it's different.
My wrath is boundless. Only slaughter can sate it. Then more slaughter.
Does anybody else just absolutely love that there are like pre-battle speeches. Like even though they're like, you know, they're pretty short. They're not super long. But they just add so much fun character that, you know, it wasn't a necessary addition, but it's just fun. It also helps the legendary lords feel a little bit more like they communicate their style a little bit better, or like what motivates them and all that stuff. I just really hope they go back and do it for the older characters as well. I would hate for it to only be the Warhammer 3 characters that get that. I need a proper, like, bring me to my men speech for Karl Franz. Or just Lizardman characters yelling random nonsense that we can't understand. That's not random nonsense. I actually had a pretty hilarious conversation with Andy Hall once about the various languages. 'Cause they actually, a lot of people sometimes think that it's like genuinely random, but it's not. Games Workshop actually does have a like proper system on how all of the languages in Warhammer Fantasy are like spoken and all that jazz. So like there is like a guide that Games Workshop uses about how to speak the various languages. So there, you can, if you had those guides, you could genuinely understand every single thing they're saying, and even write it out yourself. In Games 3, they'll fix Throg's IQ. I doubt it. I think that's just the version of Throg they decided to go with. It's fine. I wish it was different, but like it's not like the end of the world. You want to hear Tretch's pre-battle speeches? I feel like Tretch should have at least, like, if like the battle is very not in favor of Tretch, they should absolutely give him a pre-battle speech where he basically says, like, stay here, I'll get help. Like, give like a big speech about like holding the line, and then he just like pieces out in the middle of the general speech. That'd be hilarious.
Inquisitor Alan Chi, X10. Big speeches were only for Game 3 and because he's studying.
If there's one thing I would love to see them do for Tretch, just to add just that tiny bit more flavor for him, one, I would love to see them evolve that tech, because he has an ability that's kind of neat, where he gets a faction wide, or I don't remember if it's his army or his faction. I think it's faction gets a buff if you break a non-aggression pact. I would love to see them do it where Tretch gets like bigger buffs faction wide the higher level he breaks of an allegiance, just to show how much of a treacherous shit he is. Like, okay, if you break a non-aggression pact, like faction wide, you get melee attack and leadership, and maybe like a speed bonus, or maybe like bonus income. But if you break like, a defensive alliance by declaring war on them or breaking it early, then you get like even better buffs. Like, not only are the buffs you get higher quality, but you also get like an additional, so instead of it just being like, oh, melee attack, speed, and leadership, maybe it also adds in like one other thing, and just go ham with it, because I think that could be hilarious, while also making him surprisingly good. But just make him a character that spits on the diplomacy system. Like that would be my suggestion. Would just be like, how can we make a character who just looks at the diplomacy system and goes, nah. Yeah, Tretch is very powerful. Like, a lot of people meme on him, but he is genuinely a very, very good character. Because of like the whole Vanguard thing, and his Storm Vermin can be really, really good and stuff like that. He just in battle, I think I think in battle a lot of people find him unsatisfactory, which is fair. Wait, I think I actually can get to Nakari and beat him up.
I crave blood.
Yes, I can, because I can say Call of Battle since I'm Ascendant. Ooh, a new symbol.
My blood fury was unstoppable.
Oh, baby. Oh, he ran away. Oh, you big baby. Nakari, you suck. That's why nobody likes you, Nakari. You suck. You little... You're a piss baby. You little shit. Trying to have like a cool throwdown, you run away like a little bitch. Let's see how it is.
Underscore Gongans cheered. X10. Giving a demon the immortal skill seems a little redundant.
Think of it this way. By you giving your demon the immortal trait, you're not making them immortal. You're making it where they're liked well enough by you or the god that you represent that should they die, your god goes, oh baby, oh precious, oh darling, and like immediately remakes them instead of being like, bitch, and just like obliterating them into non-existence. Think of it that way. I really want to get a cultist in my Skarbrand army, but it is not time yet. So I guess I could go ahead and make him and let him start doing stuff. I'm gonna maimer.
Cultist of the Blood God.
Because the cultist is actually like amazing because he increases mobility and he lets you summon demons.
I
like
promise
what?
Thousands of sacrifices.
What a brilliant, genuinely brilliant assistant character.
Cultist of the Blood God.
Get out of here. Yeah, no, you know what? This place is pretty heavily corn corrupted, so I'm gonna go over here. Oh, never mind. I already moved this turn. I'm stupid. Never mind. Don't listen to me. That sassy Sasquatch just casually move around. Wow, Nakari's like invading me from all directions. Which, you know, to be fair, that does sound very Nakari. Oh, hey, look, it's the Demon Prince. Thanks for the stretch, young Jif. Gigago Gantes, how you doing? Spooter Gaming, hello, hello. Weird nurse fact? What do you mean nurse fact? Genuinely, though, chat, that is something the AI will do, especially if you're playing on very hard or legendary. When your legendary lord goes to the realm of chaos, if you don't have proper defenses at home, the AI will counter invade you.
Skulls for the skulls.
Gleefully, I might add. Like, it'll just start to, like, I had that happen to me in a campaign where, like, I was away from home and just stuff started just hitting the fan back home because the AI just started invading me. You mean to say a Nurgle fact? Probably the a weird Nurgle fact.
Devotee of the How easy to hobble these wretches.
Probably the weirdest Nurgle fact I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, probably the weirdest Nurgle fact that, like, it's an interesting aspect of his character, but it is kind of weird, is that a lot of people, like, Nurgle genuinely, deep down, unironically, believes that he is, like, the most loving, gentle being in existence. And he is genuinely trying to help. And like spread love and like protecting all forms of life. And just like embracing all forms of life, and he thinks that what he's doing is a good thing. Which, you know, I'm sure there will be people in chat that are like, he is, but, yep, there's one. But, you know, obviously Nurgle's terrible, and is doing horrible, awful things to people. But he doesn't see it that way.
Northern barbarians!
Who do I think we'll get any characters from the Cabal? Like Eckhard Helbrass or Egron von Horseman? Yeah, oh yeah. Egron von Horseman, I think you are 100% going to get in this game. Eckhard Helbrass, I think there's a good chance, but it just depends on how big CA wants to go into the Monogods, because they do have like a ton of other races to balance as well, and obviously we want to see even more races brought into the game. And Chaos, I mean, Chaos just has like a million possible characters. So you kind of have to deal with that whole situation of like, at what point do you draw the line and say, okay, that's enough for Chaos, we need to focus on like other people now. And that's going to be a genuinely difficult question, I think, to answer.
The drinker of blood.
Trying to think how exactly I want to do this. I think if we just let Skarbrand engage, Skarbrand is going to kick the absolute snot out of Nakari. And then while he's like slapping Nakari around, the rest of my army will have time to engage. So hopefully that'll work out. Nakari's only level 12. Come here, nerd. Quit Naruto running and get over here. Here, have a fireball. Oh, Nakari does hurt though, I'll give him that. Like, despite being so under-leveled, he's actually genuinely hurting me.
Destroy them.
Oh god, there's so many chariots, dude.
For destruction. Hoods of chaos. The exile one.
Skarbrand, never show your butt to Nakari. Bad things happen that way. Okay, Nakari's down.
Chaos Warriors. Northern barbarians.
Yo, quit Tokyo drifting. Get over here.
Yes, a strong plan. Slaves to darkness. Chaos Warriors. Visit destruction.
What difficulty is this? Very hard campaign, hard battle. So it's the second highest difficulty on the...
Followers of chaos, the North decides. Blood, I accords
Alright, Nakari has been defeated. Another rival crushed. What's the craziest weapon the Empire has created in the lore, specifically related to engineering? Blood Seraph, the craziest weapon I know of is the gun of Middenheim, which is a gun, it's a cannon that exists in Middenheim. Didn't Nurgle once defend Mucian? Yeah, because that's where he breeds his most virulent and horrible of plagues. Nurgle has created a lot of delightfully awful plagues in the depths of Mucian just because the city has so many problems. That's why he defended it. Not because, like, he cared about the people, but because he really, really was like, but that's my favorite laboratory. Ulrich's Thunder, yeah. So there's a giant cannon in Middenheim. And when I say giant, I mean the cannon is so goddamn big, it cannot be loaded by humans. They have a giant that loads it. They hired a giant, and he likes his job because he gets paid well, and all he has to do is pick up, like, big old cannonballs and slot them into a, a cannon, and then they go boom. And they pay him very well, because if you hire a giant, let it into your city, you need to pay him well to make sure he behaves. I would very, very much like if when they, like, assuming we're ever lucky enough to get, like, a big focus on Middenheim, it would be really cool to see that thing show up as part of it. Alright, next turn we are going to fight the Gardener, which I assume many of you are looking forward to.
Cultist of the Blood God!
I actually really like the cultists. Cool characters.
Cultist of the Blood God! Weakness shall fall upon them!
How are we doing there? Pyrrhic victory? That's right. Give me back my house, Sinch, you big nerd.
Herald of Corn! Unhand Corn's Herald. Herald grows stronger! Herald of Corn!
Man, I had, like, invested some good money into this place, too. The nerds come in here and start messing everything up. What is Nakar? Here, I'll show you all the defeat traits in just, here in a second, dudes. Do it right now, right now. Skarbrand. The only bad thing about the defeat traits is they haven't given them unique names yet. It's just defeated character. They don't have the cute names that they have in, like, the first two games, where they're like, oh, you know, Spawn Killer, or such, or like not so, or whatever it is, like the actual perishable, or all the cute titles. It's just defeated. So Katarin's sucks. Katarin got a Karl Franz trait, so it's like genuine garbage, which is cause terror against Kislev. I don't know why they add these into the game. They are the most garbage trait in the universe. I hope they get rid of it. Nakari gives plus 7% experience for Lords and Heroes. I don't know if that's faction-wide or if that's for your army, but Nakari's is good. Like, the cause terror against X faction is so bad. Like, Skarbrand already causes terror. why would I want a trait that makes me cause terror twice? It doesn't make my terror any better. If they wanted to make that trait the exact same but better, make it minus leadership. Make it -5, -6 leadership when fighting Kislevite armies. That'd be way better. Did we destroy Kislev? No, Katarin came into Nurgle's realm, and I was also in Nurgle's realm, so I slapped Katarin really hard.
Cultist of the Blood God!
However, Skarbrand will be visiting Kislev very soon. Paravates, thanks for the hydrate. Man, I'm so conflicted about the Age of Sigmar tournament today. Or tomorrow, I guess, whatever you want to look at it. Like, I want to go, but at the same time, I don't want to go. Ugh. I do need to get out of the house and go do something social, though. Roberto Ancestor, how you doing? I just don't know what I'm gonna do for lunch, because normally I always go to... Well, no, that's not true. Like, there's a Mexican joint, I can just get grilled chicken. Bro, you are not beating me out of my house. Thank you very much. You think you're beating me out of my house, but you're not. Why don't I want to go? COVID, I'll have to wear a mask for like 8 to 9 hours. I'm gonna have to like go out to eat somewhere that I haven't eaten to in a while, which with my stomach ulcer is kind of stressful because like I've gotten into the habit of just kind of eating at places I know are really safe. I have to like dig up all my units here at some point before I go to bed and make sure they're all ready to go because I haven't played a game of AOS in a while. I also have to like tweak my list a bit. Can Nurgle's Plague give ogres a stomachache? Yes. Nurgle's Plague can do terrible things to ogres. Nurgle can give ogres such horrifying plagues that it causes their skin to melt off their bones from eating his corpses. Do not eat Nurgle's dead. It never goes well. I don't care how good your stomach is. Even trolls, that's how bile trolls were created. Is that there were some trolls that got a little too big for their britches, and they had the obnoxiousness not only to fight against Nurgle, but they ate some of Nurgle's dead. Spoiler, they got really sick and they degenerated into horrifying, monstrous parodies of themselves. Arden talks about eating bile trolls. Well, if you use enough fire, it should work out okay. Alright, we will hold him right here. He is not getting past this point. I don't give a damn. I have skull cannons. He doesn't.
Take your skulls.
We end this here. I've got this thingy, which improves our melee attack by 15%. And also gives us bonus leadership. So we will fight to the bitter end.
Herald of Corn! Most brutal bloodletter!
Everybody. I want y'all to hide behind this building, and then when he's not paying attention to us, we'll go around the side. Open fire. Good. He's sending a unit off in a other direction. I love skull cannons, dude. They're so awesome. Back up a smidge. I'd like to be able to like counter charge. Alright, good. Charge.
It brings destruction with relish. Glorious bloodshed.
Don't just stand there. Get in there.
For chaos.
Yep. Come on in, boys. Come on in. Water's just fine. It'd be a shame if I summoned a full health bloodletter unit right behind you, wouldn't it? Oh, look who's here. Go have fun. The enemy lord is dead. How delightful. Good work. Skull cannons, you can eat what's left. Quit shooting in point blank. I know you like doing it, but it's annoying. Well. Well, in that case. Doggies! Food time! Can I build towers after the battle's over? No, I can't. Sad face. That would be fun, though. Who's hungry? Doom Guy versus Skarbrand. Listen, I know we have like insanely heavy metal in this song, but like, what if we made it even more heavy metal? That's basically the equivalent of what you just said. Wait, do these heal in combat? Yes, they do. Okay. Don't just stand there, go eat. A nice bloody diet is important. Who's the first Chaos God? Khorne. Khorne's the oldest. It goes Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, as far as age. And then Hashut was after that. And then way later was the Great Horned Rat. Thanks to the hydrate. I thought in fantasy it's Nurgle. Nope. Nope. Khorne was definitely first. Khorne is the eldest brother. Nurgle is referred to as grandfather due to like his nature, like his grandfatherliness, and it has more to do with the way he's perceived in his relationship with his followers. It's not due to his actual age. How old is the Great Maw? The Great Maw is... It was well after the Chaos invasion was over. So it's only probably in the ballpark of like... I think maybe it's like 5,000 years old, if that. Sorry. It's more like 7,000 years old. I always... I'd have to check the specific date, which I guess I could just do that instead of like saying like I could check it. I guess I should check it. Had you? Where'd I put you? Here we go. The Great Maw formed... The Great Maw was 2750 before the formation of the Empire, so the Great Maw is... Oh yeah, I was right. It's a bit over 5,000 years old. It's around like 5,200 years old.
is for the Skull Throne! Cultist of the Black God! I will butcher them!
Bro, why are you so bad at wounding? Alright, Skarbrand. And chat. Can I show you the Great Maw? I haven't seen it in this one. If you go watch my Zhao Ming campaign from last night, you'll see the Great Maw. Alright, chat. It's time for a big boy battle. I love that you can auto-resolve these. Like, I'm not going to auto-resolve it because it's fun, but I do find it funny that this is essentially a quest battle, but you could just auto-resolve it if you're like, I don't want to deal with it. Is it true in Warhammer 3 there are characters not from fantasy? Yeah, we have a couple of them. Because they've been invented for this game. Like Solostra Deerfun, one of the legendary lords for Vampire Coast. She was created by Creative Assembly and Games Workshop working together. She didn't exist in fantasy. The Demon Prince character, the God Slayer in Total War Warhammer 3, he did not exist in fantasy.
The mansion of the Plague Lord. The crooked manor of Nurgle.
That frog just ate a nurgling.
Crossing its threshold, but the gardener will come as soon as we trespass upon its outer defenses. Capture the canker tree in the Garden of Blight. This will give you a foothold and grant us supplies to reinforce for the struggle ahead. There are 2 other trees you will need to claim, and so dominate the battle. Nurgle is amused you have made it this far. Slay his servants, and ensure he will not mock you again.
Welcome to the Garden of Nurgle, chat. Some cool things to show you. Not to mention, like, this is an amazing map. It's gorgeous. With, like, lots of cool portals and, like, stringy flesh and tentacles and infinite space and eyeballs. You've also got, like, big teeth mouths, and you have 3 unique trees which have lots of writhing tentacles. So this is the Seeping Tree. The Seeping Tree makes it where as long as this tree's in Nurgle's hands, everyone in my army is losing 1% vigor per second, minus 10% charge bonus, and minus 10% speed. However, that only affects units if they are not in a forest. So if my units are in a forest, we are not being affected by the Seeping Tree, but if we are outside of a forest, we are being affected by the Seeping Tree, which is kind of gross. Oh, this is the Seeping Tree. Sorry. This is the Seeping Tree. So as you can see, it's got eyeballs, it's leaking mucus and pus, and it makes it so that if you're not in a forest, you're in the quagmire, and the quagmire reduces your stats constantly. I like this corrupted statue. The second tree is the Sapping Tree. The Sapping Tree is this one, and it makes it where spell resistance is lowered by 15%, and melee attack and melee defense is lowered by 10% until I capture this objective. Brutal. And then the last tree, which is my favorite because it basically introduces magical terrain. Well, so does the first tree. The Seeping Tree technically does magical terrain. This tree is the Stinging Tree. And the Stinging Tree makes it where if you are in a forest, you lose 20% of your armor and you take 4 to 8 damage per second. So these forests, every single forest on this map deals damage to you over time. Unless you are, until you take that last objective. So, you know, stay out of the forests. The forest will literally eat you alive in Nurgle's realm.
Slaves to darkness! Chaos Warriors of Corn!
Skarbrand, don't waste any time, big guy. Just get on in there. We'll let you lead this force.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
Yes.
For the dark gods! Skarbrand! Blood, skulls, slaughter!
So every second that I am not in control of this objective, I am losing an entire percent of vigor. The sooner I can capture all this, the better.
Father's blessing. Very well. Bringing ruin. Hordes of chaos.
Do good beastmen ever fight evil beastmen in fantasy?
Rage and
What do you mean by good beastmen?
blood.
There's no such thing as good beastmen. There are other species that are similar to beastmen that exist in fantasy. Like lizardmen. They're not beastmen, but they could be mistaken for beastmen.
Tireless foot.
You mean the Tigermen? The Tigermen of End? The Tigermen are a little bit complicated. We don't know a lot about them. They're not good, though. I wouldn't call them good. Like, the people of End literally bring them offerings to beg them not to, like, devour them. And they're also not beastmen. They're similar to beastmen, but if they're a stable enough species to be known as Tigermen, so, like, they're not known as, like, they are a stable version of the species, then they're not beastmen. They're literally, they're Tigermen. Alright, so we could summon reinforcements. I don't think I need reinforcements right now. So, but what I do need are towers. Big boy towers. So I don't have to worry about this area. Because there's about to be a wave of attackers.
Chaos warriors. Spread corruption.
Warriors, you know the drill.
Bringing ruin. Where chaos commands. Onward, Northmen. Darkness calls. Northern barbarians. Seeking victims. Onward, Northmen. Eradicate them.
Link Toad's actually got some speed.
Blood.
And now I'm going to spend my resources upgrading my characters. So we're going to upgrade Skarbrand to get more damage. And we're just going to keep buffing him.
Warriors of corn. Skarbrand. Break the skulls. Chaos warriors of corn. Slaves to darkness. Blood river. Yes. Where chaos commands. Spread corruption. The exiled one. Chaos warriors. Where chaos commands! For chaos! I am called to wrath! Army of the Dark Gods! Must slay! Skarbrand blesses!
You're up.
Chaos Warriors! Onward, Northmen! Skarbrand!
There we go. Skarbrand's now got 30% bonus melee attack and 40% bonus damage. What more could you ask for?
Slaughter! Spread corruption!
Can I talk about survival mode? Bro, you're watching it. This is survival mode.
War for crown! Chaos Warriors! The Horde surges! Visit destruction! Followers of chaos! Fury grows! Not
Wall up. Yeah.
Skarbrand! The drinker of blood! Hordes of chaos!
5,990 shield. X10. Realms of the Ancient Navy. Unique items available to the player or not.
No. Tzeentch has unique army buffs you can get. So there are little things you can interact with in Tzeentch's realm. And if you do so, they you can get these buffs that will make your army better in some way. However, Tzeentch's realm is tricky. Because generally speaking, you're not going to want to like waste a lot of resources on that. Because Tzeentch's realm is a maze, to put it simply. And it is genuinely a little tricky to find your way through. Because you don't know how to navigate it without the game basically giving you hints. And if you try just to brute force it, then you're just going to be like relying on the luck gods, which is probably not going to be the best strategy. Because if you're just relying on the luck gods, then any other AI factions that show up in Tzeentch's realm are probably going to beat you to the end of it. Do you ever need to defend against survival battles? No. You can only play a survival battle as the attacker, never the defender, which is a little sad. I would have really enjoyed. I would have very much enjoyed playing it as the defender. I think it could have been really fun.
Yes! I must!
So the Great Maw is the actual mouth and the Vortex is the asshole? No, actually, it's worse than that. They're both mouths. There is no butt. There's just mouth. Yeah. Both sides, just mouth. The food doesn't go anywhere. It just eats and barfs and eats and barfs and eats and barfs.
Followers of chaos.
Welcome to the Great Maw. It's awful.
Skulls, slaughter, corpses. Slaves to darkness. The exiled one.
Is there a Nurgle avatar in the sky? There should be. But I don't know if I don't know when he shows up. Because I think he only shows up in like flashes of lightning, but he should be there. You have to go to your own realm for Monogat stuff? Yep.
Slaves to darkness. The blood fury. Northern barbarians. Great slaughter. Grant power.
Where are you, grandfather? Ah, yeah, see, there he is. See him? There's Nurgle. He's right there. Yeah, he shows up a little bit.
Skarbrand. Followers of chaos.
Alright, Skarbrand's fully upgraded, so he'll be just fine. You guys will be in charge of defending. Make sure I don't lose control of this post. That is your job. Blood crushers. Never mind. Just stay the way you are.
Chaos Warriors.
Oh. Silly gooses, y'all supposed to be down here.
Seeking victims. Spreading destruction. Bringing ruin.
Am I still allowed to play as Miao Ying in the Demon Prince? Yes. Though I don't know how much more time I honestly have. Because this has been a pretty long stream since we started over. So I will have to kind of look into what my options are, like for how much longer I can stream this game.
Chaos Warriors of Corn. For the Dark Gods.
What units did I get access to? Ooh, Skull Cannon. Ooh, Exalteds.
They throw themselves against us again. Oh!
Hornet's actually probably better in this mode than anyone else, because like a lot of his stuff gets buffed by getting lots of kills.
For chaos!
Do you get to keep the reinforcements you get in the battle? No. They are purely for this battle only.
Army of the Dark Gods!
Use them or lose them.
Spreading destruction!
Or use them because you're gonna lose them anyway.
Most brutal bloodletter. The drinker of blood. For corn. Corn demands movement. Hordes of chaos. Chaos warriors of corn. Grows. Glorious bloodshed. Slaves to darkness. The horde surges. Blood, skulls, slaughter.
And chariots.
Make claim! Chaos warriors of corn. Armies of the dark gods. Conquest! The wrathful reaper. Blood! Axon's blessing! Army of the Dark Gods! Annihilate them! Blood River must slay.
Who's my favorite faction so far?
To darkness.
Probably either Cathay or Nurgle. Cathay is very enjoyable. But Nurgle is a very good time.
Hordes of chaos! Eradicate them! Yes! Skarbrand! Most brutal bloodthirster! On your feet! Slaughter!
Good down here?
Chaos warriors! The Lord surges! Northmen extracted. Skarbrand. Blood, skulls, slaughter, rage. Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors.
Get your booties up here.
The exiled one. Done for cool. Hordes of chaos.
Reef, y'all got slapped up a bit, didn't you?
Chaos Warriors of Corn. Seeking victims. Slaves to darkness.
Alright, we're gonna need to leave a few folks on defense.
Chaos Warriors. Spread corruption. Bringing ruin for the dark gods. Darkness calls.
We'll just put a barricade here.
Slaves to darkness. It serves chaos. Onwards, Northmen. Corn wills it.
Hello, Fatso.
Dreadful skulls.
Bro, you gonna shoot?
Dawn shows way. Yes. Northern barbarian. Darkness, cold. Yes!
All right, showtime.
Slaughter commences once more. Seek out slaughter. Followers of chaos. The drinker of blood.
Here he comes. We got a gardener to kill.
Yes!
Hey, we got bloodthirsters.
The Skull Taker's decree! For the throne! The Skull Taker's decree! Visit distraction! Yes! I will! For destruction! Skarbrand! For the throne! Onward!
Got a soul grinder. Demon Prince is huge. Yeah, he also has like 25,000 health. Dude's chunky. I apparently have no control over my soul grinder. How delightful.
For the throne! Onward! I obey!
Come down here, you big nerd. There he is. It's all yours, Skarbrand.
I am
I got a job for you two.
Butcher them! The Skull Taker's decree! Chaos Warriors of God!
Is there another tower? Aha!
Skulls slaughter!
some of you guys come over here.
Chaos Warriors. We might climb. Army of the Dark Gods. We go in fury.
Get a surround going here. Make our life a little easier.
Chaos, come on! Conquest. Forge, come on!
Hey, Diometrios, thanks so much for the sub. Really appreciate it.
Chaos Warriors of Corn.
Alright, we'll cut off his reinforcements. Skarbrand should be able to finish him off.
Chaos Warriors. Skarbrand. My duty. Yes.
So falls the gardener.
Hordes of chaos.
Skarbrand annihilated him? Yeah. He'll do that. Movie time. Nurgle's Demon Prince, the Gardener, is vanquished. Claim his soul before his body rots. Then you must leave, for when you are this close to the God of Decay, no immunity will last. Now it's time for a real movie. I hope you're all ready for, like, my favorite movie. One of my favorites. So check this out.
The first soul harvested. When all 4 have been gathered, they will combine into a single light, revealing a shadow path to the Forge of Souls. Then Ursun will be within our reach. But what's this? The tome consumes the soul's energy, reaching across time, revealing secrets.
It was the Old Ones that shaped this world into a paradise. Yet the power they harnessed to move sun and rock could not be tamed. Raw magic erupted from the great cataclysm, flowing forth from a realm of chaos. So came the demons. They hunted the mortals, feeding on their souls. Yet one of their prey betrayed his kin and embraced the gods of chaos. They gifted him demonhood, and he became the first demon prince, Be'lakor. He clawed at the world, scarred it with his armies, reveling in the bloodshed. Those who seek power will always want more, and Be'lakor's lust was the greatest of all.
Gods of chaos, have I not fed you souls? Have I not given you the world? Give me more power. Answer me!
The 4 gods punished the demon prince for his arrogance. They took everything. His armies, his power, his form. Cursed to roam the world as a shadow amongst the shadows, powerless for eternity.
Damn the gods.
Be'lakor has spent millennia planning his revenge on the Chaos Gods. What twisted scheme has his dark mind constructed?
There you go.
We look upon the mortal lands once more, having ventured into the realm of chaos. The Tome of Fates thrums with the power of the twisted soul trapped in its pages. To reach the Forge of Souls, we require 3 more. We are not the only ones who seek the dying god. They employ their own methods to cross the veil into the realm of chaos. We must act with haste.
1 soul down. Where did it spit me out? There I am.
Skarbrand, slay Queek. Sword grants me power. I spread the wolf's brutal message. Herald of Corn. We'll kill more.
Okay. I think that's probably going to be a good stopping point for today. Though I do see there's a lot of lore facts and stuff, so I will chat with y'all for just a bit and get some of those answered. Let's see. Thanks for the stretch. I didn't even remember to do that. Was that lore accurate? Yeah, it's pretty close. It was lore accurate for taking a fairly long story and condensing it down in just like a minute. So for the most part, it was lore accurate. They skip over a lot with Be'lakor. Also, the trailer does a weird thing, or the movie does a weird thing where it seems to insinuate that Be'lakor is an elf that turns bad. My only critique with this video is I would have loved if the cinematic, instead of just showing the high elves getting their asses kicked by the demons, had shown, like, in one frame show like the lizardmen, and the next frame show the elves, and then the next frame show the dwarves. Like, kind of the three primary races that were fighting the fight. But Be'lakor, from what evidence we have, was human originally. But Be'lakor has very intentionally scrubbed all records of what he used to be because he doesn't want anybody to know. Nangan, welcome to the stream. Lore fact about Malal, he doesn't exist in Warhammer Fantasy. Malal was originally the chaos... He was the chaos god of atheism, essentially. He was like... He was kind of a convoluted idea. He was essentially the chaos god of anti-chaos. He was this kind of awkward, self-hating entity who was big on trying to... he was like, if someone didn't believe the gods existed, then he kind of filled in that slot. He was very strange. He didn't really make any sense, but it doesn't matter because Games Workshop lost ownership of him to the original creator, and he doesn't exist anymore. Lore fact about Tzeentch. That's very broad, NGX Lightning. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about Tzeentch? Or something, like, more nuanced? Fish Gordon, good to see you. Glad you came to the stream. Hope you had a good time. How do the Kislev and the Empire generally see each other? The Kislevites tend to see the Empire as, like, petulant children who get to grow fat on their lovely summers and abundance of food, while Kislev has to be out there in the horrible cold and defending them against nightmarish horrors. However, Kislev does kind of have a notable soft spot for the Empire, because the Empire has actually come to their aid many, many times. And while they've had their arguments and their fights and stuff, ultimately Kislev is very proud of who they are, and they very much kind of enjoy being the shield of civilization, the shield against chaos, the bulwark against chaos. Like, they complain about it a lot, but although they would not easily admit it, they very much... They take a lot of indulgence over the fact that they are that guardian, and they take a lot of pride in it. And the Empire is their greatest ally and their greatest trade partner, and has come through for them on a number of occasions, which they don't forget. Kislevites have a pretty good memory. As for the Empire tend to see the Kislevites as sort of these wild men, these crazy weirdos that live out in, like, bizarre weather, get into fights too easily, and drink foul stuff that is not suitable for human consumption. The Kislevs are seen as very hard people by Southerners, but once you get to know them, there are very few people from the Empire who do not fall in love with people from Kislev, as far as, like, they know how to party when you can get them in the mood for it, because they live a life of death could be around any corner, so you might as well enjoy it while you can. And if you can get through that if you can melt that kind of icy facade they put up, they can be very enjoyable people underneath. Generally, people that live in the north of the Empire who have had to deal with a lot of chaos stuff deeply appreciate what Kislev do and understand how hard it is. People from the south are a little less sympathetic a little more obnoxious, and kind of just see the Kislevites as like uneducated weirdos. But yeah. I heard you called Dawi Shade... What? I heard you called Dawi Shave Skaven. Care to explain? Armadillo, I have no idea what you're talking about. Do I think there will be a special event for an ogres where you can find and hunt a wandering titan? Ah, I would love that, Armadillo. I don't know if they're going to do that. But I would love for the ogres to get like a unique monster hunting event like Norske has, and it's a Sky Titan. That would be so kick-ass. The last Sky Titan died like 3,000 years ago or something like that. It's been dead. They've been gone for a super long time. But it would be, I would love that. That would be really fun. Just make it like a really big mission where you hunt it down. And then you get to fight like just a giant on steroids. How much time have I streamed today? If you type in ! uptime, it will tell you that. Because I have no idea. Since demons are shards of their gods, how do they get more power to make more demon/shards? Is it souls? It's souls and worship, primarily. When the dark gods are receiving worship, or a god is feasting upon the souls of the living/deceased, it basically empowers them and allows them to get bigger. Now, the dark gods have a very broad coverage of what they represent, and they have millions upon millions upon millions of worshippers, especially within like the Chaos Waste and the Realm of Chaos itself. Not to mention, and a lot of people worship them in guises without realizing it, because they're not just Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, and Slaanesh. They're also known by hundreds of other names. A lot of people worship them as like animals or spirits, and they may worship them without even realizing they're worshiping them. For instance, there may be a culture somewhere that worships Khorne as a god of honor and nobility in battle, that do not realize his true nature, but they've been tricked by some clever demon or misunderstood scrap of information or a cultist into thinking that he's something a lot more noble than he is, and they continue to worship him thinking he's a great thing. But the more they dive into the worship, they will slowly be corrupted until it's too late. You know, just nasty stuff. Are plague bearers just mortals given demonic form? So plague bearer, there are two kinds of plague bearers. You can't tell the difference between them, but there are plague bearers that are literally just classic demons, so they're shards of Nurgle. But there are also plague bearers that are humans or mortal creatures who died of Nurgle's rot. It's a very specific disease. Nurgle's rot is the most dangerous disease Nurgle ever came up with, and Nurgle's rot, not only will it give you a very horrific life in death, but should you die to Nurgle's rot, unless there is like a miracle, then your soul has been infected and corrupted, and your soul will be given into Nurgle's embrace, and you will be transformed into a plague bearer to serve him for all of eternity. It's a great job.
I must daub myself with blood.
King Kokichi, good to see you. Hello. So besides Nurgle, who else is the nicest Chaos God? I would probably say Slaanesh would be the nicest out of the outside of Nurgle. Slaanesh can be kind of a petulant shit a lot of the time. And he has wild mood swings and basically acts like a very, very spoiled, rich brat. However, he dotes very heavily on his favorites, as long as you can maintain that position. That's why Sigvald is so powerful. Sigvald is literally like Slaanesh's adopted son, and Slaanesh loves Sigvald so much, and is very, very doting and spoils him brutally, which is also why Sigvald is a petulant little shit. Could Be'lakor be the Hooded Stranger of the Doom of Kazarak? No, it's very unlikely. From what evidence we have, the Hooded Stranger is literally just the Great Horned Rat. That he had already manifest by that point, and basically made his big play in order to like fully ascend himself into genuine godhood, and that was his big play, was unleashing the Doom of Khazvar, which allowed the Skaven to fully inherit the greatest city of men that existed in the world at that time. But no, he was it is almost assuredly the Great Horned Rat. A lot of people want it to be Tzeentch or Nurgle or somebody else, but it doesn't really make sense for it to be a different god, because they would never want to create competition. Because that's all it would be. It would be making a competitor that they don't stand to benefit from creating a new god. Caleb Beat, since we are entering the realms of chaos, is there any lore to support being able to survive in each of the realms? Or is Warhammer like not canon at all in this instance? Theoretically, you could survive entering the realm of chaos with like a large legion if you had proper protection. And it's just kind of assumed in this game that you have all the proper protections. Like, if you just had a shit ton of priests and you were like, all right, bust out all the holy stuff we got, bring our best wizards to like just cover us all in protection spells, like just go all out on giving us every chance or every fighting chance we need to survive here, and you had like unlimited resources, then you could absolutely do it. Like the big thing is that the biggest thing you have to worry about is that you need to have a way to kind of like get around without being squashed by a god. So for instance, like you need to have enough of a martial authority that if you either you need to be small enough that you won't be noticed, which was the Oaks Yodel strategy, or you need to be so big that you're able to fight off like, you know, infinite threats, which is essentially what this game is assuming you're doing. It also helps that in this game you get to like basically fast travel to where you need to be in the realm of chaos by popping through portals thanks to the Tome of Fates. And the way the game literally explains it is that the Tome of Fates is a magical artifact that gives you a cheat sheet. So it shows you a shortcut when you go into a chaos rift that takes you where you want to go. So you are skipping a significant amount of the realm of chaos and arriving exactly where you need to be, which would be borderline impossible normally, and would make, because the realm of chaos, the most difficult aspect of it is just getting to it and then navigating it. The Tome of Fates solves most of those problems for you. What's my theory about the giant skulls in the mountains? Yeah, that's basically just Total War. If you go back into like the older art and the older lore, very, very rarely would like the crazy skull mountains be like as often as they are in like the deep south. Now, when you get up into like the chaos waste, nah, that shit's everywhere. Like the terrain in the realm of chaos and the chaos waste is mutable, and it's constantly shifting, constantly moving, constantly evolving. Some of it's sentient. You could absolutely find like giant crazy fucking skulls like trying to eat people or staring out at you from the terrain. Like everything you see in the Chaos Waste is like totally lore accurate. Even Norske would have a lot of this like spooky weird shit. But like once you get like south of Norske, it very rarely. Like there might be like a singular thing. Like there might be a giant skull somewhere in the Empire, or that has molded in one of the mountains, like maybe around Brass Keep, but like they wouldn't be all over the place. Has there ever been any instance of the four gods interfering with the Horned Rat / Realm of Ruin? In the sense, has the Great Horned Rat ever been a part of the Great Game? No. Until Age of Sigmar, no. The Great Horned Rat was basically just completely ignored by the Dark Gods because he wasn't seen as worthy. He was too insignificant of a speck. Now, every once in a while, the Dark Gods would screw around with the Skaven a little bit, because like one of their champions would attack Hell Pit, or there'd be like a bargain between the Skaven and the Warriors of Chaos that would lead to some shenanigans, stuff like that. But the Great Game is a very, very complicated 5D chess game going on between the four brothers. To consider the Great Horned Rat a part of that would have been like way bigger of a concession that they would ever allow. To them, that would just be like, that would not go over well with them. What happens to magically gifted individuals born into corn-worshipping peoples? Shamans are still usually needed in Khornate cults, because they understand that magic can be useful, because a shaman can, like, communicate with the gods, for instance. Generally, they won't turn into, like, a sorcerer. They will often just kind of represent... A magically inclined individual would just be used as someone that could, like, try and communicate with the gods or talk to demons and stuff like that. Like, they still have their use. If you're not using magic, Khorne doesn't really give a shit. As long as you're not, like, actively using magic, because that's what weaklings do. But, like, if someone was born with, an inclination for magic, the very, very first telling sign that someone is possibly could learn magic is that they'll be born with the sight. The witch sight. Which allows them to, like, see the spirit realm. Or the realm of magic. And that is a very, very valuable tool. Anyway, guys, that is going to be it for us today. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you all so much for joining me. We got to talk about a lot of nice lore questions and get a lot of gameplay in. 6 hours. Good grief. That was 3 hours longer than I wanted to go, but that's okay. I really wanted to get to a good stopping point with that first big cutscene. So, thank you all so much for watching. I need to go rest for a little bit because I've got an Age of Sigmar tournament coming up later. I got to deal with that. And I hope you all have a lovely night. And I will see you next time. I'm too lazy to do a raid. So, you know, whatever. Go wherever you want. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.